won that election for the great NDC Ningo Pram Pram, and returned to the 8th Parliament, where I still remained on the Public Accounts Committee and later became the Deputy Ranking Member on the Communications Select Committee. In 2024, I once again ran for office as on the ticket of the NDC as Member of Parliament for Ningo Pram Pram, and was returned to Parliament to join this 9th Parliament. I'm married to my lovely wife, Vera. We have 3 kids, 2 boys and a girl. I'm a charismatic Christian. I worship at Parish Chapel International, and I happen to be an elder of the church. And for me, technology, cars, and computers are my hobbies, are the things I love the most. And in my spare time, I play FIFA 24 on my PS4. I'm a lifelong Hearts of Oak fan and Arsenal Football Club supporter. Mr. Chairman, I think that the last thing I'll say is that until my nomination by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, a day to my 40th birthday, I used to be the Secretary General of the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance, which is a network of parliamentarians across the African continent pursuing internet governance. And so I sit before you because I got the honor and privilege of a fantastic 40th birthday gift from His Excellency the President of Ghana as a nominee, or his nominee, to the Ministry of Communications, Digital Technology and Innovations. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We are going to start with a question, obviously from the subject matter area, Order 2175. So we'll start with, from my left, I'll start with Honorable Isaac Boamanyakun. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations, nominee. I've known you for quite a while when we both undertook the University of Law LLB program. So it's University of London Law. Yes, we did the LLB together. So, nominee, my first question to you, if you look at the cost of calling in Ghana on our mobile networks, when you compare the cost to other West African countries and other jurisdictions like Europe, you find out that the cost of calls in Ghana is very, very high. What are you going to do as the Minister of Communication to bring down the cost of calling in Ghana? Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. When it comes to voice calls, I believe that is a part of the market that is in decline, has been in decline over the past decade with the rise of data calls and voice over IP calls. However, still call volumes make a critical mass of the revenue for MNOs. It's important to place it in perspective, that when you talk about the cost of calls and you equate it to the European market or the North American market, those markets are very well matured, and the infrastructure that supports the core business of running an MNO are in a position to support lower prices. However, when you look across the African continent, it is safe to say that prices of voice calls in Ghana are competitive relative to other African countries. And so we'll continue to work with stakeholders and the regulator to see how well we can continue to drive prices down using regulation in a way that makes the businesses sustainable and does not kill the investments of MNOs in the sector. I thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up on this particular one, yes. Ghanaians have had concerns in terms of, again, the cost and the treatment that they receive from the telephony group. You make a call and they tell you the call is out of coverage area, the number you are calling cannot be reached when the person is right in distance with you. When you put all of these together and the cost that one needs to pay for such services, what are you going to do as a minister to assure Ghanaians that whatever cost we incur in these service areas receive the needed benefits of those calls?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Once again, on the issue of voice calls, I think that the real issue with voice calls is not necessarily the cost, if I understand the market. It's what you've just pointed out in your follow-up, the quality of service. That's where consumers and customers have a problem. And that's where we all face the challenge, where you're making calls and the rate of call drops and call failures are extremely high. I agree with you that there is work that needs to be done from the ministry by way of policy through the regulator, the National Communications Authority, to ensure that the KPIs for the MNOs and service providers is enhanced and that we ensure strict adherence to it. If you set the KPIs low, every MNO is going to pass it. But the question is, are we having the real consumer experience that citizens have to have? As Minister Designate, I think no. I think that there's a lot of work that the telcos have to do. Government also has to do some work, because for you to get better quality of experience, you need to allocate more spectrum to the MNOs. So as Minister Designate, if approved by this House and I become the minister, one of the things we'll work with the regulators to do is to make more spectrum available to the MNOs. However, we'll be raising the KPIs and ensuring that the standards are met. And I will not be a minister who will be afraid to impose fines on MNOs who fail to meet the quality of service. Ghanaians deserve the best quality of service. And we would crack the whip where necessary, but we would also support the MNOs to ensure that they get what is needed to provide us the best quality of service. I thank you.
Thank you very much, nominee. My second question, Mr. Chairman, sits around the emerging issue of cybersecurity threat that we face as a country. In Ghana, a couple of our institutions have received cyber attacks, and its consequences on the nation is very dire. When you check the cost of cybersecurity...
Please, Chairman, I want to draw your attention that this committee, members of this committee originally, we don't have a quorum to continue with this vetting. And I want to bring that to your notice. And I'm raising quorum issues. Chairman, you should be able to establish that we have quorum under Order 64. Then we'll be able to make proceedings. We don't have quorum.
Chairman, with all due respect to the First Deputy Minority Chief Whip, with all due respect to him, this shouldn't happen again. If you want to invoke the rules, please do so properly. Do not interrupt the proceedings in such a disorderly manner. You have failed to invoke the rules properly. This is a committee proceedings that is ongoing. You have not established the number of committee members sitting around the table for which will warrant your interruption in such a manner. With all due respect, let me offer some education. This committee is constituted pursuant to Order 217, Rules 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. In accordance with Rule 2172, there are standing members of the committee pursuant to 2171. There are 11 standing members. Under 2172, subject matter committee leadership are statutorily mandated to be represented on the committee where subject matter minister nominees appear. As we speak, your side has provided 2 names as subject matter leadership committee from the Communications Committee. The majority side has also provided 2 subject matter honorable names to satisfy the requirement under that provision. Now, if you add these 4 members to the standing members of 11, that is 15. Now, you have not established that as we proceed, a quorum of 15 will give you at least 5. You have not established that even the membership supplied. Please, Chairman, can you can we have some order around the table?
Please.
You have failed to establish that even around the table, myself, yours truly, the chairman presiding, plus the 2 members you have supplied, plus 2 from our side, that is 6. Even minus you. And you are not a member of this committee. You are not.
Speaker,
please, with all due respect.
Point of order. I'm a member of this committee.
With all due respect.
Understanding order 2177.
Yes.
Read order 2177. I'm a member of this committee.
Please. I haven't called you yet. Please.
But you didn't call him and he's also distracting. So if he's misleading the House, he should read order 2177. And no, then he should withdraw the fact that I'm not a member of this committee. Because if you read order 2177,
Chairman,
it states that a member of the leadership of the House is entitled to participate. I'm a leader of the House.
Chairman,
I am entitled to. So I am a member of the committee. So don't say I am not.
Please switch off. Please. Let's try and do this orderly. Please, let's have some order.
Establish that you have quorum. Establish it. The ranking member, the vice ranking, the minority whip, the one person we appointed who is in the person of Honorable Patrick Buama, none of them is here. On your side, the chairman is not here. The vice chair who you are presiding now, they are not also here. Establish that you have quorum before you continue.
All right, can you...
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Roxon, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman.
Please, let's
Chairman.
Can you come in?
Chairman,
you come in?
With all due respect to the Honorable Habib, with all due respect to him, my point is that he's not a statutory member. He's also a member in pursuance of 2177. So if you just walk in, you have not even sat down for more than 2 minutes, and then you jumped in. Now, I have established that this committee is properly constituted for its work. In any case, we are not speaking of a commencement quorum. There's a difference between a commencement quorum and a decision-making quorum. You have not demonstrated the distinction. This, please, Chairman, with all due respect, this is very serious business of state. So the leader should comport himself. And if he wants to come in, okay, I withdraw that. I withdraw that. Now,
Chairman,
I withdraw.
Chairman,
it's withdrawn. It's withdrawn.
Please withdraw.
Now you just jumped in to raise an issue of quorum, and I'm saying this is the 3rd nominee that we are listening to. We are interrogating. The point where you could raise a commencement quorum is long past in the morning. We are in progress. We are in flight. When it comes to a decision making, then you could decide, you could raise the issue of quorum that we are about to take a decision as a committee. We are not properly constituted. Now, may I refer you to Article 102 of the Constitution and 104 of the Constitution? And in reading that, marry it with the decision of the Supreme Court in Abdullah versus Attorney General, that the rules of Parliament are applicable mutatis mutandis to the procedure before a committee's work, and that where the committee has begun proceedings, quorum was established, and the proceedings is ongoing. So you cannot raise the issue of commencement. Now let me establish this point. Chairman, let me establish this point. Order 2171. The Appointments Committee comprises the first Deputy Speaker as chairperson, Minority Leader as ranking member, the Deputy Majority Leader as Vice Chairperson, the Deputy Minority Leader as Deputy Ranking Member, and the following other members: A, the Majority Chief Whip; B, Minority Chief Whip; C, 5 other members selected based on the numerical strength of the parties in Parliament. So based on 2171, A, B, and C, the standing membership of this committee is 11. Now, based on 2172, the chairperson and ranking member and 2 other members of the relevant subject matter standing or select committee shall join the members of the appointments committee to consider persons nominated by the president for appointment as all that. Now, Chairman, with all due respect to the first deputy minority chief whip, his membership is provided under 2177. And it says, a member of the leadership of the House is entitled to participate in the proceedings of the committee during the consideration of nominees for appointment. So the issue of quorum, and quorum, Mr. Chairman, to invoke Order 64. Let me refer the House to Order 64. This agenda to disrupt these proceedings, it won't work. So let me address, Chairman, let me address this matter and we make progress. Now, quorum in Parliament. Quorum in Parliament. Chairman, Order 64.1. A quorum of Parliament, apart from the person presiding, is 1/3 of all the members of Parliament. Now, where the person presiding is a deputy speaker or a member, that person shall be counted as part of the quorum. Now, I agree that the orders will apply to the work of the committee. Without establishing the number around the table, you just said that we don't have a quorum. Meanwhile, as we speak, the standing membership of the committee is 11. And we have myself, we have the vice chairperson, we have the Honorable Ajia represented, we have the Honorable Rita Odole represented, we have the Honorable Mahama Shaibu represented, and we have Honorable Uma. He has just stepped out. We have just stepped out. So this attitude, Chairman, with all due respect, Chairman, let me conclude by saying, let me conclude. Chairman, the honorable member is completely out of order. He's completely out of order. We must make progress with our nominee. I so submit. I thank you for the opportunity.
Okay.
Okay, Honorable Abujinapo, please, let's do this orderly.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, if you allow me, let me congratulate the nominee and to say that I sympathize with him. That he's caught up in this litigation. But indeed, it's his chief whip who is anyway, Mr. Chairman, I want to submit that the application and procedure invoked by the first deputy minority chief whip, is properly grounded, is properly construed, and is properly laid before you, the chairman of this committee. Let me establish 2 preliminary points. The first one is that the majority, Mr. Chairman, the first one is that the majority, the learned majority chief whip, who is a senior lawyer, whom I respect a lot, himself makes the point that at the commencement of the proceedings of a committee, one can raise the issue of quorum. In the same vein, he makes a strenuous effort to establish the fact that this committee is properly constituted and this committee has quorum. And he goes ahead to try and even name members of the committee to establish that there is quorum. Meanwhile, he has said that, Mr. Chairman, he has said that you can only raise the issue of quorum at the beginning or the commencement of the proceedings of the committee. That's the first point, the first preliminary point. The second preliminary point, Mr. Chairman, the second preliminary point, Don't wait. The second, Mr. Chairman, the country, Chief Whip. Mr. Chairman, the country is listening to us. The majority Chief Whip has made a very comprehensive legal submission. Members on this side, the minority, we are making our submission. I think we owe it to the nominee, we owe it to the country to get to the bottom of this matter in an orderly manner based on the rules of the House. Mr. Chairman, the second point I make is that what the deputy minority chief whip sought to do was to raise an application pursuant to Order 64 of the Standing Orders of Parliament to the chairman of the committee. And Mr. Chairman, when that application is laid, it is only and only when the application is laid before the chairman will the chairman go through the processes and the proceedings pursuant to Order 64 of the Standing Orders to make a determination whether or not this committee, this Appointments Committee of Parliament, is properly constituted and that it has quorum. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I want to quote Order 64. And I quote. Order 64 says, Mr. Chairman, the quorum of Parliament, apart from the person presiding, is 1/3 of all the members of Parliament. Mr. Chairman, 2, please. Where the person presiding is a deputy speaker or a member, part of the quorum. Please. 3, of the person presiding at any time during a sitting that members. Mr. Chairman, can I be listening in silence? We are live on national television. I mean, can we please? Now, look. No, can we? And so, Mr. Chairman. Honorable. Please. Honorable. Honorable member. Not a member. No, he is not.
Can you put that thing off? Please. Yeah. Okay. All right. Honorable member, I believe you are done.
Mr. Chairman, no, just a few more minutes. Yeah. 1 or 2 more points.
Relax.
And so, Mr. Chairman, what is the point I seek to make? Mr. Chairman, the submission I make is that pursuant to Order 64 of our rules, when a member makes an application to the chairman, and indeed, the majority chief whip himself, and I will always refer to him as a learned majority chief whip, has submitted that the rules of the parliament as a plenary, the parliament as a whole, is applicable to the proceedings of a committee of parliament. And therefore, Order 64 is applicable to this Appointments Committee. And so what is my conclusion and what is my contention? And of course, Article 102 and Article 101 buttresses this point. Mr. Chairman, and so I'm contending that when the Deputy First Minority Chief Whip made the application to you, the correct and proper procedure pursuant to Order 64, which is Order 64 applicable to the House of Parliament, and which the majority chief whip himself has submitted, applies to the committee of the House, and therefore the committee, the Appointments Committee. Mr. Chairman, I conclude by saying that you then would have gone through the processes of establishing whether or not this committee is properly constituted and has quorum to conduct business. But as we speak, Mr. Chairman, as we speak, the NDC members of this committee have now all run into the committee. They run here. They rush here. So, Mr. Chairman, on that basis, let me conclude by saying that the first Deputy Minority Chief Whip has withdrawn his application. It was properly grounded, and therefore let us proceed.
Thank you very much. I have, please, let's continue the meeting. Well, we have the commencement quorum, so we'll continue the meeting, and then you are overruled, actually. Can we continue? Yeah, you on the floor. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Before you go on, just to bring to your attention, I was given this piece of paper before we started, and Honorable Abu Jinapo is a subject matter person on this table. So you help us form a quorum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I was on my second question to the nominee, and that's my second. I hope, okay, so my question was that cyber security has been a national concern, and I was indicating that the country has experienced some couple of cyber attacks. And then when you consider the cost of establishing cyber security in institutions, it is on a very high side. When you look at the NDC manifesto, you talked about enhancing support to cyber security establishment and initiatives. I want to know first from the nominee, what is he going to do as a minister to fund cyber security initiatives to ensure that the country's systems and networks are adequately protected? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the cybersecurity of our country is a critical one that sits and straddles the Ministry of Communications, Digital Technologies and Innovation, and our national security apparatus. In fact, when you read the National Security Strategy document that was prepared in 2020, I believe that paragraph 3.4 on page 41 speaks about our cybersecurity preparedness as a nation. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, in 2020, we passed Act 1038, which is the Cybersecurity Act. As a member of the committee at the time, I played a key role in the formulation of that legislation. And when you speak about funding cybersecurity, I'm sure that the outgoing minister will bear witness, and the members of the committee, that when the bill came to Parliament from Cabinet, it did not have anything about funding cybersecurity. It was my personal intervention and amendments to the bill that introduced Section 23 of the bill, which is the funds of the bill. I would say that it is just sheer providence that 4 years after the bill came into law, the outgoing government was unable to operationalize the fund. And I, who brought it into the bill, today sits here as a nominee of the president to superintend this bill. I give you the assurance that the brain and thinking behind me introducing funding for the bill, and if you read it, I identify a number of sources to fund cybersecurity. One of them is grants from the government. Another is allocations from government or grants from individual donor agencies like the Mastercard Foundation and Rockefeller Foundation. Another one is actually the establishment of the Cyber Fund, which will be a dedicated fund for beneficiaries of cybersecurity. So I think I just share providence that when approved by this House, and I assume office as Minister for Communications, the thoughts that came through my mind in September 2020, when I introduced this as an amendment, will see the light of day under President John Dramani Mahama. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My last point has to do with the Fintech space. It has to do with the Fintech space. So you realize that a lot of Ghanaian enterprises or young Ghanaians have built capacity within the Fintech industry. Yet when you look at support from donor enterprises like the World Bank, most of their support in these areas are for Ghanaians to buy software, or they buy softwares for Ghanaian companies, which limits the development of our fintech industries. Now, there's also a call from your NDC and during your manifesto that you are going to establish a $50 million fund to support the fintech industry. My question is, how are you going to protect the young Ghanaians who have built up their capacity in this fintech space? How are we going to make sure that they get the needed support and leverage to build their capacities and growth? And also, how is this fund going to be disbursed? Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as subcommittee chairman for the NDC's Manifesto Drafting Committee on Digital Economy and ICT, we put in place that policy plank with the approval of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to set up a 50 million fintech fund. The 50 million fintech fund, that 50 million is supposed to be a seed funding that we're going to use to attract funds from other multilateral and bilateral donor agencies. Our target is to build a $300 million fund. That's not going to be disbursed like confetti, but that's going to be used as seed funding to attract major funding from venture capitalists and angel investors. Another thing we're going to be doing to support the fintech industry in Ghana is the setting up of business advisory supports and regulatory sandboxes to ensure that our young startups survive. In fact, the statistics show that most startups die before their 5th anniversary, and that's because most of these startups are started by young innovators who don't have all it takes to run a business. It's one thing being an innovator, it's a completely different business running and managing a business enterprise. And so that's where this fund is going to come in to offer them the business advisory support, to give them what it takes to run a business profitably, whilst the innovative juices of young Ghanaians, the creative minds that God has blessed this country with, will continue to explode. But one last thing we're going to do for the fintechs is that we're going to redefine the entire regulatory framework. As we see today, the President has issued an executive instrument that redesignates the Ministry of Communications to the Ministry for Communications, Digital Technology and Innovation. Fintechs are a digital technology. It's because of them. They are at the heart of President Mahama's government, because he wants to have a truly financially inclusive government by the time he's leaving office in 2028. And so we're going to set up an independent subsidiary of the Bank of Ghana, along the lines of the FCA in the UK, and along the lines of GIPS, 100% owned by the Bank of Ghana, but that's going to be agile in its regulatory framework and allow for innovation, things like agri-tech, edu-tech, insurance technology in the fintech space to take off. So this is the golden era for fintechs under the next 4 years of John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Chairman, I thank you.
Any further questions? Or you are done? You've asked your 3 questions. Then I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Abu Jinapo. Honorable members, what we do is that we want to exhaust the subject matter committee members first under Order 2172. And subject matter committee members is 2 from each side. So if you want me to give the floor to another person, what is your pleasure? You want to go the other side? Honorable Abednego, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And congratulations, Senior. Your appointment does not surprise anybody, because you have proven to be very, very, very astute in the communications industry. I wasn't here in the 7th Parliament, but I followed your exploits when you played a leading role in getting the cybersecurity law passed in 2020, Act 1038. There was a question on that, but let me pick your thoughts also on the same subject matter. There is 2 schools of thought. One believes that the Cybersecurity Authority should be under the remit of the national security. Others, they make the argument that it has to do with cross-border crime, talking about jurisdictional issues. Those who are in favor that it should remain with the Ministry of Communications make the argument that it is an IT-related, and therefore it should be with the Ministry of Communications. You have been with it from its inception. What is your thoughts on these two of thoughts?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In my earlier response, I made reference to the National Security Strategy document of 2020 that recognizes cybersecurity as a key tool. I agree that there's the school of thought that thinks that cybersecurity should not sit, especially the Cybersecurity Authority, should not sit under the Ministry of Communications, but rather under the National Security Ministry. There is some merit to that, but I think that when you look at it holistically, you realize that that will not be the best architecture. When you look at best case situations across the world, like in India, like in Singapore and in Rwanda, you realize that you keep your Cybersecurity Authority under your Ministry for Communications or your ICT ministry, because cybersecurity plays 5 cardinal roles, or has 5 interfaces. There's the public interface, which deals with the citizens. Then there is the international interface, our engagements with multilateral and bilateral stakeholders. You've got the industry interface as well, where you talk about the cybersecurity professionals in the sector. You've got the policy formulation, which is largely what the ministry will lead. And then you've got the security and intelligence interface. So of 5 interfaces, 4 of them are civilian, and 1 is security. If you move it under your National Security Ministry, it becomes difficult for you to have the full benefit of the 4 other interfaces, be it policy, be it industry, be it international or public interfaces. What we need to do is to have collaborations between the Ministry of Communications, Digital Technology and Innovation and our national security outfits to ensure that the synergies are built between both institutions. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I will not have further questions because Minister Delegate, your competence and capabilities is unquestioned. Congratulations once again.
Any further questions? I then move to give the floor to Honorable Abu Jinapo.
I'm ready.
Honorable former Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me congratulate Honorable Sam George for his appointment as the Minister for Communication, and I do so very warmly. Congratulations, Minister. Mr. Nominee, I believe you'll be following the unfolding matter of intense interest to the world, which is a matter I refer to the Chinese AI app company DeepSeek, which is caused a major upset in the American Silicon Valley industry, which is resulted even in tech company, AI company giants such as NVIDIA losing $600 billion United States dollars of stock. This area is becoming a major area, artificial intelligence, and how other countries are leveraging on them to bring about progress and development. If you are recommended by this committee to Parliament and the Parliament were to approve you and you become the Minister for Communications, what plans or what is your thinking on how Ghana itself can tap into or can plug into this artificial intelligence industry to bring about development in our country? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I mean, I saw a quote the other day that said AI in 2025 is like Bitcoin in 2013. Jump on the bandwagon now or you get left out. President Mahama has a clear vision on his AI policy. We're going to take the current AI strategy that was developed by the previous government, review it, make it fit for purpose by engaging industry and ensuring that Ghana becomes the hub for artificial intelligence on the African continent. We're going to do this by making sure that our innovation hubs as promised in our manifesto, are executed. And then we will introduce AI on top of big data that we are taking. Ghana will become the center and the hub for artificial intelligence, machine learning, cybersecurity, data analytics, and data processing on the continent in the next 4 years. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the question has been asked already, but I think it's a very important matter.
Honorable Minister, your second question.
Yeah, my second question. And I think it's a very important matter, which I believe the nominee will want to shed some more light on. Cybersecurity is a major area in the security framework of the world. I mean, it's probably, arguably, one of the most important areas of security concerns across the world, cybersecurity. Now, you've spoken to it, but there is obviously the big debate out there as to where the effort to clamp down on cybersecurity should be properly situated. Some of the pundits hold a school of thought that situated. Some of the pundits hold a school of thought that it's a national security issue, and therefore it should be situated within the ambit or the confines of the national security architecture, with the Ministry of Communication being more or less the expert or specialist wing which supports the national security to clamp down on cybersecurity. Of course, you cited the example of India, but there are other examples like America, like England, like Europe, and several other places where the framework is fundamentally different from some of the examples you cited. In Ghana today, it is situated under the Ministry of Communications largely. What is your position? Not so much as to how the country's efforts at fighting cybersecurity, where it should be situated, but how can we build a proper synergy between the national security apparatus holistically in its totality and your ministry to ensure that we come to full grips on the issue of cybersecurity in Ghana?
Thank you. Once again, I'll just reiterate for the purposes of this committee and for the security solely under the ambit of national security. It assumes a fully militarized, weaponized tool. But cybersecurity, like I said, has the public, has the industry, has the international and policy outlooks that we need to keep as civilian. The architecture we have today allows for daily briefings by the Director General of the Cybersecurity Authority to the National Security Coordinator. So we are fully integrated. There's full briefings. The Joint Security Council has the Minister for Defense, the Minister for Interior, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, the Minister for National Security, and the Minister for Communications there. And I'll just make this clear. You've got the police, the Minister for Interior, overseeing the police, the Ghana Police Service. The Ghana Police Service does some work relative to cybersecurity. We've not moved the police from Ministry of Interior under National Security. You've got Defense Intelligence under the Ministry of Defense. We haven't moved them under National Security. You've got the Research Department under Foreign Affairs. You've not moved them under National Security. Cybersecurity has a home under Communications, and it will remain there. Thank you.
You are entitled to 3 questions, so you can ask your final question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in the run-up to the 2024 elections, the Honorable Nominee, on several occasions, and I have various articles to that effect, dates and occasions on which the Honorable Nominee made the point I'm about to put to him. And one of them I quote, which was uttered on the 5th of December at the NDC's final rally. And I quote, Mr. Chairman, the nominee said, vote for candidate Mahama to sign the anti-LGBTQ bill, end quote. Mr. Chairman, by way of background, we are all very familiar with the interest, this, and rightly so, the interest the anti-LGBTQ bill generated in our country, so much that it traveled all the way to the Supreme Court. And the honorable nominee was very categorical that if you voted for President Mahama, the bill will be signed. So my question to the nominee, following the firm promise and commitment he made to the Ghanaian people on behalf of his party, the National Democratic Congress, and his candidate, President Mahama, when will the bill be signed? When will the bill be signed?
Thank you very much. But Honorable Sam George, be brief. Be brief.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know that this question, because you were chairman of Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs, you know my passion about this. His Excellency President Mahama spoke swearing in when he met with the Catholic Bishops' Conference. I wish to quote what he said, parts of what he said, with your permission. So the convention is that all bills that are not assented to before the expiration of the life of Parliament expires. And so that bill, effectively, is dead. It has expired. I don't know what the promoters of the bill intend to do, but I do think that we should have a conversation on it again. I repeat that again for emphasis. President Mahama said, I do think that we should have a conversation on it again, so that all of us, if we decide to move that bill forward, move it forward with a consensus. My position is that that bill is a critical part of our national life. Ghanaian family values, our children's innocence must be protected. In this 9th Parliament, that bill will be reintroduced, either as a private member's bill or as government's bill. I will work with government if it's government's bill. If it's not and it's my bill, I will bring it back again, because my chiefs seated here, the chiefs from Ningo and Pram, supported me in bringing that bill in the 8th Parliament. They've asked me to reintroduce it in the 9th Parliament. I will do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple of follow-up questions. I have a couple of follow-up questions in the first two.
No, you are entitled to a follow-up question on a substantive question. So once you don't exercise the right to ask a follow-up question after asking the first question, the second question, you can have. So I can't read follow-up. You are now entitled to one follow-up question on the LGBTQ.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, the nominee is also on record to have said, and I quote, the Chief Justice is helping Akufo-Addo to support LGBTQ, end quote. I want to repeat. The nominee is on record to have said, the Chief Justice is helping Akufo-Addo to support LGBTQ. Mr. Chairman, we are all very much aware of how strong a Christian the Chief Justice is. And indeed, the nominee came to this conclusion because in his view, the Chief Justice was not expediting action on the anti-LGBTQ case in the Supreme Court. Eventually, Mr. Chairman, the matter was determined, and indeed, the Supreme Court determined the matter in favor of the plaintiffs, that the bill be transmitted to the President for his assent. And therefore, my follow-up question is, will the nominee, in the light of what has happened, and will the nominee, given that the basis for his conclusion is obviously been proven wrong, will he apologize to the Chief Justice here? And further so, will he agree with me that at the time he promised that President Mahama will sign the anti-LGBTQ if voted into office, the nominee, as a very intelligent, experienced legislator, knew very well that on the dissolution of the 8th Parliament,
that bill will no longer stand, and that bill will also pass with the dissolution of the 8th Parliament, and there would therefore not be any bill for President Mahama to assent to. Will he agree? Will he agree that there was some element of dishonesty in making that commitment to the Ghanaian people? Will he apologize to the Chief Justice, and will he agree that he knew very well that the bill will not be available for President Mahama to sign onto if voted into office?
Thank you very much, but there is a bit of correction of the question that I will have to clarify, honorable members. The action was taken by the plaintiff, and if the plaintiff's action is dismissed, the decision of the court cannot be in favor of the plaintiff. So the plaintiff's action clearly was dismissed. The plaintiff action was to the effect that the bill must not be transmitted, and the court's decision is that the bill must be transmitted. So, but you said in your question that the decision of the Supreme Court was in favor of the plaintiff. Very well. Having considered, may you go ahead to answer the question.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for that clarity, because I was going to make that clarity. Mr. Chairman, let me state that I'm an elder of a church. And as an elder of the church, my integrity and honesty are key principles that I hold dear. My opinions about the actions and inactions of the Chief Justice remain. They are unchanged, and they have been vindicated by the actions of the Chief Justice post my demonstration against her. She could have taken action earlier. She held her own horses. My opinion of the Chief Justice remains my opinion today. It doesn't change.
Thank you very much. I then proceed to give the floor to Honorable Lydia Akamvariba.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. Actually, I don't have a question to ask my able deputy ranking. I only want to congratulate you. Your appointment is no surprise to me, because I know that you can even do much better than the position they have given you. I have been with you in the committee from day one. We all went together to APNIC, African Parliamentarian Network on Internet Governance. I'm a member of that particular organization. It is because of the nominee that I can proudly say that I'm the treasurer of West African Parliamentarian Network on Internet Governance. I know somebody will ask, he's your junior brother, but how come? He has the experience. No, experience is not about age. Experience is not about...
Honorable Lydia, if you don't have questions, let's make progress. Let's make progress.
I want to use the opportunity to thank the President very much for appointing you, and I wish you the best of luck in that committee and in that ministry. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and then recognize Honorable Hajia Ladi Ayamba.
Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity. Congratulations. As for this, congratulations, it's worth it more than 1,000,000 times. But we have to just do it for the fact that we are supposed to do it. You have worked, you deserve it, and you are there. What we can think about is that the Almighty Allah bless you so that you will be able to work and work harder. The LGBTQ plus with all the pluses under the sun, which you spoke, worked, and did everything about. My concern is about issues of what was being put inside our books, that is in the schools, for people to learn. And I'm using peoples because this is as far as the basic schools. Will you consider using your expertise as a communicator to continue to advocate and to work hand in hand with the Minister for Education to ensure that our books are properly looked into, so that we don't buy the minds of our children when they are so innocent. Will you consider that? After answering that question, I say thanks to the Almighty Allah for putting you in that position, and may He guide and protect you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nominee. Again, just be brief.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I will put everything in my bin to protect the innocence of Ghanaian children, and we would instruct our cybersecurity authority and our child online protection program to collaborate with the Ministry of Education to ensure that our children are protected from anti-Ghanaian values in any e-learning book or model that will be introduced into our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize Charles Owedu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please, you operate within the terms agreed upon.
Absolutely. Mr. Chairman, congratulations, Honorable Sam Nate George. Honorable, do you have a Ghana card with you? Do you have a Ghana card?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay. So do you have it with you now?
No, not on my person.
Okay. So why would you say that using the Ghana card as the primary source for the SIM registration was flawed, and that you would want to subject the good people of Ghana to another re-registration of the SIM card?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Common sense is the reason why I'll say that. Because the actions that happened under the last government were very at par with common sense and logic. We've got a National Identification Authority that holds and sits as our national repository of biometric data. I think it was wickedness of the highest order to subject Ghanaians to long hours of queues, taking away productive man hours affecting our economy, to go and queue again and resubmit biometrics, simply because egos could not be managed. We will do a proper SIM re-registration again, but this time nobody's going to queue, because common sense will prevail, expertise will prevail, and logic will work. The MNOs hold a certain set of data. We would use technology to cross-reference that against the NIA's database and all biometric databases, and only instances where there are disparities would require you visiting an MNO shop, because today as we speak, the telcos cannot truly verify who is holding their SIM card, and it even is in their own benefit for us to do this process and do it properly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will proceed to recognize. Please be fast.
Honorable Nominee, as a follow-up to the question, to the first question.
Okay. Hold on, before the second question. Honorable Nominee, we plead with you. We know issues associated with the use of common sense. So I will consequentially direct that the aspect of the common sense be deleted from your answer to the question. Thank you very much. Please proceed to ask your second question. How can he withdraw what I have directed to be expunged from the record? I have given a direction that same be expunged from the record, so it's no longer available for him to withdraw. Please proceed to ask your next question.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for your ruling on this matter. As a follow-up to the earlier question, for the re-registration that you've planned to undertake, is it going to cost the Ghanaian taxpayer for the re-registration that you just spoke about?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Unlike under the immediate past government where people had to pay to use an app, no Ghanaian will have to pay for this. The cost will be borne by the MNOs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any follow-up or the last question? Please go ahead.
Mr. Nominee, I hope you are aware that under the supervision of the former Minister for Communications, Ghana launched the 5G network. I think that the whole of Africa, probably apart from South Africa and then one or two other countries, Ghana ranked really high in the launch of this 5G. You were on record to have said that you plan to roll this 5G network that MPP launched commercially if NDC should win the elections. Now you are the minister, NDC is in power. You plan to commercially roll this out. But what about the good people of, say, Akrofonso, the good people of Ipintimpi, the good people of decorum, who are complaining that even after the launch of the 3G network, they were not even having a good connectivity. They had issues with the speed of the internet. Then 4G, and now you are ready to roll out the 5G.
Thank you very much. Order. Honorable members, government is continuous. Ghanaians are aware that they just left power some 3 weeks ago. So please proceed to answer the question.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, I was going to, following on your premise, the honourable member has just admitted the failings of the past government over the last 8 years, but we would fix it. President Mahama is here to reset the country, and in resetting it, we'll fix it. Fixing 3G, 4G, and rolling out 5G are not mutually exclusive. With the right handsets, skill sets, and the persons in charge, you can do all of those at the same time. We would make sure that 3G and 4G penetration gets to all the hamlets and villages you've spoken about, and at the same time, roll out 5G. We will do it. It is possible to reset Ghana.
My last question.
Thank you. Yes, your very last question.
Grateful that you said it's possible. My last question, Mr. Nominee, what's your take on ECOWAS and the national roaming policy? You know that in Europe, subscribers do have this European policy where if, say, you move from one European country to the other, you pay the same cost for data and then for calls. But in Africa, it's totally different.
Honorable member, your question.
The question that I was, Mr. Chairman, I was building, the background.
Please.
The question is, what is your take on ECOWAS and this, its national roaming policy? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I think that the roaming policy is one that we need to embrace. Under the last administration, I'm aware that there are about 3 other African countries where Ghana has signed on with where you can roam your calls and data. I believe that we're going to continue under the ECOWAS framework to ensure that roaming, ECOWAS roaming, and Honorable Chairman, there's a bit of a distinction between ECOWAS roaming and national roaming. The question seems to equate both. They're 2 different things, because the ECOWAS roaming is between Ghana and other member states of ECOWAS. National roaming is within the confines of the country, but between the MNOs. So you're an MTN user, you get into an area, you can run on the Telecel network. A Telecel network user can run on the AT network. So we'll work on both national roaming to integrate it properly and ECOWAS roaming as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will recognize Honorable Alassane Umar.
Thank you, Chairman, for this opportunity. Honorable Sam George, congratulations. I wish you well. I have a question regarding this. I have 2. One is about the party manifesto, And that is about the rolling out of how will you roll out the 1 million coders project? Can you tell us?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the number of models that are being considered, when approved by this House, I would, under the instructions of His Excellency, determine which of the models will be suitable for rollout by His Excellency. But we've got about 3 models, but I can't speak to them until approved by this House and giving direction by His Excellency. But we have 3 feasible models to run them out. Thank you.
Thank you. My second question is about MTN Ghana has been declared as an SMP, which is a significant market power. Would you reverse the decision, and why?
Thank you very much. The outgone minister or the outgone administration declared MTN as an SMP under Section 20 of the NCA Act. Mr. Chairman, being declared an SMP is not a bad thing. However, the mode in which you use it is where the problem is. The previous administration used the SMP tool as a punitive measure. The SMP tool is meant to be a corrective measure. In fact, since the minister declared MTN an SMP, their market share has grown instead of it fixing the distortion in the market. We will use the SMP as a corrective tool, not to punish an investor who has made solid investment in our country over the past years, but also to make sure that we create an equitable playing space for all the players so that the customer has multiplicity of options to benefit from. So the SMP will be used as a corrective tool, not as a punitive tool under the Mahama administration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You said you have 2 questions. I will now give the floor to Honorable Ritana Odolesoa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I wish to congratulate my brother, Honorable Sam George, on his nomination by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, for believing in you that you can. My question is, do you think there are too many taxes in the communications sector, and what do you intend to do about that? Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This question is more like a trick question. I'm guided and minded that my brother, who has been vetted and approved by the House, Honorable Atufo Singh, is dealing with plugging a big, deep hole in our national purse. And so talking about taxes is pretty touchy. However, yes, if you look at the cost build-up for taxation, when you look at a network like Telecel, about 27.65% of the cost build-up is taxes. When you go to a network like MTN, it's almost 40%. It's important that we look at the taxes in there. I know that the government has indicated, our government has indicated that we'll repeal the COVID levy. The COVID levy is part of the cost build-up. But I think that one of the key things we need to do for the telcos to help with the pricing would be to look at power tariffs, because power tariffs is where the real issue is. That's where the real cost element comes. And conversations are already on the foot between myself and Honorable John Jinapo and the industry to see how we can work on that. But I believe that something has to be done about the tax build-up for the sector. Thank you.
You have additional questions. Yes. Please go ahead, quickly.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to find out from the Honorable nominee, as members of Parliament, there's cybercrime ongoing where Facebook accounts of honorable members of Parliament, because I'm an MP that I'll speak to that. We have our accounts, I'll say impersonation of our accounts, and people are duping people through our names, and sometimes they say they're going to create employment for them. This is something we reported in the 8th Parliament, and nothing was done about it. These people have MTN Momo accounts, and they are able to get people to pay monies into those accounts, and it's a bit worrying. What do you intend to do, or what can you do about it when given the nod as the minister? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question is as double-edged. You're talking about impersonation on social media, on platforms that are outside the jurisdiction, run from outside the jurisdiction, and then you're talking about mobile money fraud, which happens within the jurisdiction. On the Facebook platforms, I think that we're going to work closely with members of parliament. The Speaker tried to do that with leadership of the House in the 8th Parliament to try and get all members of parliament to come together and public government officials for us to identify your accounts and then verify those accounts. But let me use this platform to appeal to the young people and the people of our country. No member of parliament or minister of state will come into your inbox on Facebook and offer you a job. It is a scam. Please beware. We've given this notice several times because cyber awareness is the key to this. So we beg, no minister or MP will come and offer you a job. When it comes to the mobile money fraud, that's the more reason why we need to do the SIM re-registration. Because today when you ask the MNOs to identify for you who really uses that SIM, they are unable to do so because many of those SIMs were pre-registered SIMs. And if there's an instance I'm aware of last year where we pursued with the Cybersecurity Authority from Parliament here because it involved a member of Parliament. When we found out the card that was used to register the SIM, the individual whose card was used had never even gone to that MNO to register a SIM. So somebody had used his details to register that SIM. That's why we need to re-register the SIM. So we'll work with the MNOs to clean up the sector using SIM re-registration and then ensure KPIs that will drop cybercrime using mobile money fraud. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I want to wish him the very best and God's blessings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I proceed to recognize Honorable Samiya Oku.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nominee, permit me to take you back a bit to the question of LGBTQ. Let me take you back to 2014 during a program on multi-TV, Joy News, Joy TV. That time it was Majority Caucus. And let me paraphrase. That is a direct quote, and I'm quoting in full. I believe that this matter has been overflogged and is being pushed just to suit a thing, parochial political agenda. C, irrespective of my personal opinion on homosexuals, the Constitution of this country remains supreme, and the Constitution of this country enjoins that everybody has right, and their rights must be protected. It's actually one of the preambles to the Constitution of Ghana. We must speak issues which are of necessity to the Ghanaian people. The amount of airtime we have wasted, I call it wasted, not spent, wasted talking about gays when we have pertinent issues of water, pertinent issues of power, potential petrol prices going up. Look, those are the things that bother everybody. And they don't care whether the president at that time, His Excellency President Mahama, who published his book, is gay or not. This was in 2014. My friend and brother nominee, I want to ask, has this view changed? And if it has, what occasioned it?
Thank you very much. I would, if I had the opportunity, play the full recording of my submission for the purpose of the country, because what you have read is a 2 minutes 14 seconds transcript.
I have the video. Do you want us to play it?
Your transcript is of a 2 minutes 14 section of a 14 minutes long submission.
Honorable nominee, I think the question that he's asking is whether or not your view has changed.
Chairman, respectfully, he layered the question. My answer needs to be layered as well. So I plead with you to give me some time.
My respected colleague, Chair, thank you for the opportunity. Sometimes the public misconstrue the engagement. You've been our colleague. when certain questions are being asked, they are not meant to embarrass you. I want you to sit here with a mindset that this inquisition is for the purpose of governance. No intention to disrespect you. We are political animals. There are times that when we are in the space of politics, we act in a certain manner. But with the benefit of hindsight, we all realize that, well, maybe this one, it could have been this or that. So some, take it easy, relax. This vetting process can be as short as possible, depending on posture, approach. I recall, and I will say this with the leave of chair, I recall, in my early days in practice, here was a young barrister advocating for bail on behalf of my clients. And in the bail application, I was talking too much law. I recall the district magistrate, after court, called me into his office and asked me whether I know why my client was denying bail. He said, normally, when you are appearing before a court and you want bail, the approach is not all about the law, how you even extend courtesies to the court. Situations where you think the court is erring, how you go about it will contribute materially to how the judge will treat your client. I'm just saying this to get you to take a deep breath, to listen, so we can have a very good interaction. Don't be agitated at all. Is that okay? Is that fair? Is that okay?
Mr. Chairman, I am in no way agitated. I'm extremely calm, and I just want to respond. I mean, and no offense taken to the question by my brother and friend. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, what I was saying was that it was a 14-minute submission. And in the quote, you hear that I spoke about irrespective of what my views are, those views remain the same. In that video, in that submission, I said that homosexuality, as far as I am concerned, is an aberration of the mind. It has been my position in 2014, it is my position today. In 2014, we did not have an advocacy office opened in Ghana to promote LGBTQ. We didn't have it on our screens and in our books like we did in 2020. So the exigencies in 2014 were completely different from the exigencies in 2020 or 2021.
So, Honorable Nominee, your views are the same.
Yes.
Please proceed to ask the second question.
Mr. Chairman, this is a follow-up, so it's not a second question, Mr. Chairman. It's a follow-up. Nominee, you spoke about almost a 14-minute video. But what I read, was it part of the 14-minute video? And if so, that's why I asked, if these words were part of the 14-minute video, has your views changed? Because first, it was general. Now, it is more specific of anti. That's what I'm asking. Has the views changed? It's a direct one I asked. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Respectfully, Chairman.
Honorable Member, I think from the answer, the view is the same. He said so.
Mr. Chairman, he's a colleague, a friend, and a brother. But this vetting is supposed to bring the best out of our appointees. So it's important that the narrative is set right. That's why, Mr. Chairman, I said I wanted him to respond directly. That's all. Then I'll go to my second question.
So please directly respond.
My views have not changed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My second question to the nominee. Data has become a gold mine in Ghana. Data. In fact, even when you are bored, what you resort to is data. And tech companies are in a race to mine data from consumers, often devising sometimes unethical measures and means
through unsolicited means, you get messages and all that. How do you hope to address this major challenge? Because there are people that you wake up every morning and you don't even know where and how they got your data and your number. So how do you want to help us as a nation address this challenge? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Data indeed is a gold mine, and we would resource and retool the Data Protection Commission under the guidance and leadership of His Excellency John Mahama to ensure that data protection is a priority in our country. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
I have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I would like to once again go on a follow-up.
Follow-up on data protection?
No, it wasn't on, yes, but basically now, I wasn't even just talking about the data protection. I also wanted to know some measures.
Now, Honorable Linda Obenewa Akwele Ukru is the Minister Designate for the Greater Accra Region. Honorable Dr. Frank Amwakohene is Minister Designate for the Ashanti Region. Honorable Rita Akosua Awate is the Eastern Regional Minister Designate. Next is Honorable Tia Ibrahim, who is the Northeast Regional Minister Designate. Honorable Akamugri Atanga Donatus is the Upper East Regional Minister Designate. And last but not least, Honorable James Gunu is the Volta Regional Minister Designate. Let me kindly remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that this is the third in a series of swearing-ins, and today we are swearing in 14 ministers designates, which is the highest number so far. May I now have the pleasure of inviting the President to administer the oaths. Now, the President will administer 3 different oaths. First is the oath of allegiance, followed by the oath of office, and finally the oath of secrecy. Mr. President, you may now administer the oath.
Thank you very much. I require you to be upstanding to take the oath of office. You can use whatever. Muntaka your Quran. You affirm? Okay. You can affirm, or you can use any of the symbols that you want to swear on. Okay, so if you are using any of those, you say in the name of the Almighty God, and if you are affirming, you say solemnly affirm. Okay, so we start with the oath of a minister of state, and I'll mention I, and then you mention your name, and then we continue. So I, having been appointed Minister of State, do in the name of the Almighty God swear or solemnly affirm that I will at all times well and truly serve the Republic of Ghana in the office of Minister of State, and that I will uphold, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana as by law established. That I will, to the best of my judgment, at all times when required, freely give my counsel and advice for the good management of the public affairs of the Republic of Ghana, and that I will not directly or indirectly reveal any matters that shall come to my knowledge in the discharge of my duties and committed to my secrecy as Minister of State. So help me God, or I solemnly affirm, whichever. Okay, and we'll take the oath of allegiance. And again, you follow that order. I, do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. So help me God. And then the last one is the oath of secrecy, and it follows the same pattern. And so I, holding the office of Minister of State, do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will not directly or indirectly communicate or reveal to any person any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or shall come to my knowledge in the discharge of my official duties, except as may be required for the discharge of my official duties or as may be specially permitted by law. So help me God. Good. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We now move to the presentation of instruments of appointment to the ministers by the President. I must add that in order that we make more judicious use of time, once the President presents the instrument of office to a particular minister, we will proceed to take photographs with the President and the Vice President, and then photographs of the President and the family of the minister in question, after which you sign the oath book. This has been done to ensure that we move speedily and save time. So at this stage, I would call on the first on the list, Honorable Dr. Edward Kofi Omanibuama, Minister for Defense, to take his instrument of office from the President. So Dr. Onwani, please pose for the cameras with the President and the Vice President. May I now invite the family of Dr. Edward Kofi Omanibuama to join him and the President for some pictures. Friends can also join. Thank you very much. So we'll now go through the same routine with Honorable Mohammed Mubarak Muntaka, Minister for the Interior. May I now invite the family of Honorable Muntaka to join him, the President and the Vice President. Beautiful children. Come on. Thank you very much, Minister for the Interior and the Family. Honorable Emmanuel Ama Ufibua, Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, will now receive his instrument of office from the President. Honorable Bua's family can now join him and the President and the Vice President. Thank you very much, Honorable Bua family. Honorable Dr. Agnes Namumulati, Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection, will take her instrument of office. May her family join her now, please. Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources, will now take his instrument of office. Honorable Kennedy's family can now join him, the President and the Vice President. Thank you very much. Honorable Emmanuel Kwejo Ajoku, Minister of States, Special Initiatives. Shall we now invite the family of Honorable Ejekun to join himself, the President and the Vice President. Thank you very much. Honorable John Kwejo Japan, Oti Regional Minister, will now take his turn. Honorable Japan's family can now join him, the President and the Vice President. Thank you very much, Honorable Japon and family. May I now invite Honorable Ali Adolf John, Northern Regional Minister, to take a photograph with His Excellency the President and the Vice President. Honorable Ali's family can now join in the photography session. The turn of Honorable Lenda Obenewa Akwele Uklu, Greater Accra Regional Minister. Honorable Uklu.
Vetting so na mehobia so yedi abronti eno na guswa wo hwema ekoso no yenko Parliament House na yenkofa vetting of Samuel Nete George yenkofa ono so emfembro papa minister in charge of communication designate yenkonkotie nkoma ekoso wo ho nti ne yin was yenko radio betumi akọ omoba na ya
realize that the same Ghanaians who yesterday called on street justice were the same people who were saying that they want rule of law and all. So I'm just drawing your attention. All right? Yes, please. Let's land safely. Your advocates are many. Let's land safely. Don't disappoint your advocates. Yo.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Proceed with your other question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. So, I just want to find out, in the midst of current dispensation, if Ghana Post is still a relevant institution with all these technological advancements, and if at all, what would you do to further equip it to play an active role in the courier services?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is a very important question. In fact, one of the most important I've had here today. Many people don't know that Ghana Post sits under the Ministry of Communications, Digital Technologies and Innovation. On Friday last week, I took briefings from the management of Ghana Post in preparation for this vetting. And one of the charges I gave to them was to rethink the whole essence of the post office. Because the post office may be seen to be a dying concern, but in other parts of the world, the post office has become a revolving place for several other services apart from just the delivery of services, of goods and parcels. And so I tasked the management there to begin to rethink the way we can make the post office a 360-degree service center, especially leveraging on the enhanced community information centers that we have built across the country and partnering with GIFEC on those to make them truly digital centers where you can get more than just delivery of parcels. So I'm adding them with you on that. We need to make it more than just receiving and sending parcels. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not have a follow-up on that. I just want to believe that one of the major or current problems we have, I don't know if you've heard this terminologies, Sakawa, 419, internet fraud, cybersecurity really. And the fact that I heard you earlier mention people having some Facebook accounts, 10, 20, and it's only perhaps you have one, even when it's validated. I'm just wondering, cybersecurity authority that we have, we still have a lot of online impersonation and cyber fraud and mobile money fraud. I do not know what steps you have or you intend to bring on board to curb, even though I really take care of this, because we have a lot of cyber issues. I mean, people are not too sure whether or not mobile money is the way to go, although it's very functional and active. You pay, the next thing you know is being received by the wrong person.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I believe that one of the challenges we've had is that we've not been able to grow our cybersecurity authority because of lack of capacity and funding. There's a RayZone project that was begun under the last government. It's stalled for almost 4 years. They need just about $5 million to kickstart the project. That's one of the things we'll be prioritizing, to make sure that the cybersecurity authority is fully tooled and equipped to be able to deliver. However, on the issues of mobile money fraud, we have to work collaboratively with the MNOs. And that's why we have to go back to the issue of SIM re-registration again, to properly register the SIMs so that the MNOs can identify who it is. Because it's one thing blocking the SIMs, it's another thing tracking the persons, the cartels behind it, and being able to arrest them and prosecute them. You need to be able to identify persons who hold SIMs. And so working together with the regulators in the space, we will get it done. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just a follow-up. On SIM registration, so what are the good people of Ghana expected to do with the new, your intention to re-register SIMs? What's going to happen to the ones we have already? Or those who have taken time to have registered earlier? What happens to them? How much is that going to cost you to undertake such a project?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. All three questions have been previously answered by me. If I have the direction for me to repeat my answers, then I'll proceed.
Please do. You can repeat the answers, but okay. Be brief.
Nobody, no Ghanaian will lose their SIM cards. They have to do nothing. It's going to be a technology-driven exercise between the NCA, the MNOs, and the National Identification Authority. If there are any disparities in the records, such individuals will be notified to visit their service provider. But majority, we believe that over 90% of SIM holders would not have to visit their service providers. So there will be no activity done. You just get notification that the verification has happened back end and you're verified.
So just to ask, if there's no cost that will be incurred during the process.
I'm coming there. Yes. Will there be cost incurred? There will be cost, but will be borne by the MNOs, because it serves the MNOs' own purpose for them to be able to know who is holding their SIMs. Because if they can't identify who are holding the SIMs, they are liable to fines from the NCA. They would rather have us do a clean identity SIM register than to get fines.
Thank you, that's it. Your last question.
I'm okay.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the minority leader and ranking member of the committee. And honorable members, because he has given me his words, I would have to take leave of you to go and preside over the house. So, please, Roxanne Daponko, just.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable nominee, first, I thank you for making time to answer questions as part of the process of your eventual appointment as a Minister of State. Let me also commend you for availing yourself for this process.
I've sent you a paper. I want you to read the content aloud, and we shall begin our journey for the engagement. Please. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. The paper handed to me has the peace prayer of St. Francis of Assisi. Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is sadness, joy. O Divine Master, grant that I may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive, it is in pardoning that we are pardoned, and it is in dying that we are born to eternal life. Amen.
Fortified by this, I'm sure your faith will lead you to provide the necessary honest answers that will be required for the purpose of this engagement. My respected colleague, you rightly said that you and I have known each other for many years. Rightly so. In my days as an entrepreneur at trade fair, where I was running my transport logistics business, you as a young man rented some of my trucks to do business, and we've had a very excellent relationship since then. I won't be the person to obstruct your career path. In the least, I should guide as your senior brother. Going through your CV, you are 85 born, I'm 78. I've seen a lot that you are yet to see. Now, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. My respected colleague, Honorable Abu Jinapo, had posed a question to you regarding views you had earlier expressed about the Chief Justice. One of it was to the effect that she was deliberately delaying a suit in court, which suits you and I notoriously know it to be the LGBT suit. Do you, with the benefit of St. Francis's prayer, which you have invoked, think that you were fair to my lady in the comment you made about her publicly? Which comment she's not had an opportunity to publicly rebut. Do you think you were fair?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, given the facts available to me at the time I made those comments, I believe that they were made in good faith at the time I made the comment.
The benefit of hindsight, and now that you know, and granted, I just want to be fair to you, the case had certain applications flying here and there, and there were parties to it, and the respondent defendant's lawyer had made certain applications to the court, which I'm sure you didn't know at the time, correct?
Mr. Chair, I knew.
Okay, if you did, then the various adjournments which were occasioned by the defendant's lawyers couldn't have been the cause of my lady, the Chief Justice, correct?
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I disagree.
So, it is your case for public records that Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice, deliberately delayed the suit that was before the Supreme Court. It is your case.
Mr. Chairman, my argument had always been...
Honorable nominee, respectfully, is it your case that the LGBT case mounted by my respected friend Richard Delasky, barrister at law, etc., was deliberately delayed by the Chief Justice of the Republic? Is that your position? Yes, no?
Mr. Chairman, the description are your attributions, not mine. My words were that she had the power to move the case faster than it was being done. And subsequent actions after the demonstration that I led have actually proved my position to be true. That when the Chief Justice gives a timeline, everybody, respondent or plaintiff, Attorney General inclusive, must abide by it. When she invoked her powers, everybody complied. So my contention that she could have expedited it if she had given earlier timelines were proving right by her subsequent actions. Thank you.
Do you think that prior to your comment, she was not doing her job well? Is that your case?
Mr. Chairman, I thought she could have done better in the exercise of her public office.
Do you think that your commentary was fair to her?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that all public officers are subject to constructive criticism, and I consider my comments constructive criticism.
Honorable Sam George, the process of empaneling, the process a case travels involving parties cannot be at the instance of the Chief Justice of the Republic. Do you agree to that?
The rules of procedure dictate who is responsible for empaneling of judges in cases.
Do you have evidence that my lady, the Chief Justice, delayed in empaneling justices for the case?
Mr. Chairman, there was never a question about a delay in empaneling. There was a question about a delay in hearing.
What occasioned the delay in hearing?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that only the Chief Justice can explain to this House why, when she gave us a date of July 18th for ruling, when we appeared before her on the 18th of July, she chose to adjourn ruling on the matter indefinitely. I can't speak to her reasoning.
Were you a party in the case?
Not directly, sir.
Were you a party in the case? Were you a party in the suit?
Not on the record.
Had you filed as an interested party in the suit, Mr. Sam George?
Not on the record.
Was it fair?
Leader, you just...
Chairman, thank you very much. Honorable nominee, you have just answered to the question from the ranking that you were not a party of record in the matter under interrogation. And you also did not file as an amicus. But can you confirm whether the subject of the litigation affected you?
Very much so. I was one of 8 sponsors of the bill before the court.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chairman, I would want to respectfully crave the indulgence of my colleagues to allow us to have a good understanding of what we are doing. Have a smooth inquisition that will help democracy. Very uninterrupted. So, you have answered to a follow-up question that you had an interest in the case.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Yet you didn't deem it fit to get into the case through your lawyer or by yourself.
Mr. Chairman, I had absolute trust in the representation of Mr. Speaker, who was a plaintiff and who, in my opinion, represented the interest of the sponsors of the bill. Thank you.
You mean the defendant, because the Parliament was a defendant?
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Nominal defendant for that matter, because the principal defendant in the matter was the Attorney General. It being a constitutional matter.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
So I'm asking you that when you say we were given a date, what were you referring to?
I was referring to the defendants in the case.
Which defendant you were not part of on record?
Not on record.
So you agree with me that when there's you not being a defendant, and you not being a party in the suit, having criticized the Chief Justice in the manner you did was unfair to her office. You would agree with me?
Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, no.
Very well. When the Chief Justice who presided adjourned the suit sine die, indefinite, adjourned without a date, did you talk to the defendant's lawyers, that is the lawyers for Parliament, as to the reason?
Yes, I did, and they said no reason was given for the adjournment. The Chief Justice said she wanted to hear the substantive case before giving a judgment on the injunction case, because there were two cases before the court, the substantive case and the case for injunction. Now, the decision not to give a ruling on the injunction case basically and technically stayed the hand of Parliament indefinitely, because so long as there was no ruling, Parliament could not appeal, Parliament could not act. It held Parliament in abeyance for almost 5 months.
Is that what the lawyers told you? Because we would then need to subpoena the lawyers to take the oath, because you are anchoring your criticism of the learned Chief Justice of the Republic to something that is done. So I just want to know from you whether the lawyers told you. I'm not done.
Can I, with respect?
No problem, no problem.
Yeah, please.
I have all the words.
Yeah. Okay, you can come in, please.
Chairman, thank you. Chairman, thank you very much. Honorable nominee, you just answered to a question that you made some comments after the court's adjournment.
Yes, please.
In the matter.
Yes,
by way of criticism.
Yes, please.
Can you confirm? Let me, Chairman, please. Can we have some order around the table, Chairman?
Please go ahead. Let's have one meeting, please. Please go ahead.
Mr. Nominee, let me avert your mind to the constitutional provision containing Article 21, one of the Constitution. Now, may I put it to you, and by way of a yes and no, that whether your right as encapsulated in Article 21(1), which is to this effect, all persons shall have the right to freedom of speech and expression, which shall include freedom of the press and other media, and B, freedom of thought, conscience, and belief, which shall include academic freedom. Can you confirm to this committee, yes or no, whether the exercise of that right to criticism was was framed, anchored on this provision of the Constitution, which guarantees that freedom?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay, leader, please continue.
Mr. Sam George.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Did you receive any information regarding the reasons for the adjournment sine from the lawyers for the defendant, second defendant parliament?
Mr. Speaker, I wasn't client to the lawyers, so they didn't need to give me any information.
Did the lawyers tell you that the inability of the court to make a pronouncement on the said dates affected the work of Parliament?
Mr. Chairman, I don't think it's in the place of the lawyers to determine what affects the work of Parliament. That's the role of Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
You had said that because of the decision of that day, Parliament could not proceed with its work, and that affected its work for some 5 months, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Did that information come from the lawyers to you?
Mr. Chairman, that information came to me from my reading of Article 106 of the Constitution, and with your leave, I would read.
Yes, please. Kindly take the leave of chair, not me.
Yes. Mr. Chair, do I have your permission? So I read Article 106(7) of the Constitution, and that's what I premised that submission on. Where a bill passed by Parliament is presented to the President for assent, he shall signify within 7 days after the presentation to the Speaker that he assents to the bill or that he refuses to assent to the bill, unless the bill has been referred by the President to the Council of State under Article 90 of this Constitution. Parliament was unable, in fact, there was a letter, a cease and desist letter, signed by then Executive Secretary to the President, Nana Asante Bediotwo, asking Parliament not to transmit the bill as passed by Parliament, premised on the fact that there was a pending court case. Even though I think that it's important we take judicial notice that his letter to Parliament came a day before any lawsuit was filed before the courts. Thank you.
I am asking you, do you think that your attack on the Chief Justice of the Republic had any basis in the exercise of those your constitutional rights?
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I did not attack the Chief Justice. I criticized her, and she's not above criticism. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, do you remember the words you used in criticizing the Chief Justice?
Mr. Chairman, I criticized her extensively. I can't remember all the words. Thank you.
Paraphrase in context your criticism of her, what you said.
I'm unable to repeat any of those here, Mr. Chairman, because it's being the exigencies of time have overtaken it. If there is any specific reference you would like to make, I'm willing to respond to that. Thank you.
Did you write on your social media wall those criticisms? Did you write them?
I want to believe that I express my views on social media house. Yes.
We would give you an opportunity to refer to your social media wall and read aloud and in full those criticisms that you don't readily remember. So go to your social media wall, pick it. We'll give you time so that you can read it, then we can proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know about the ranking member, but I'm extremely active on social media. In fact, one of the most active politicians in this country on social media. It will be an exercise for me to say that I am scrolling through the hundreds and thousands of posts to begin to scan and identify. If I had been given 4 notice of this, I could have gotten a team to do that. But I believe that if there's a particular case that is in question, I could be referred to it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, our proceedings allow a member time to rely on an important document. Therefore, if the member will need time to go through the particular post, we would give him the time. He should be able to furnish us with that. So, Chairman, with the greatest respect, let him have the time to make that available.
Mr. Chairman, if there is the need for evidence of that, I can subsequently provide that to the committee. I can print out my entire timeline history for the purposes of the committee, because I will not be able to tell what would be of interest to the questioners. I'll print out my entire timeline for the committee subsequent to this engagement. Thank you.
Honorable Roxon. Honorable Roxon, you have the floor.
Chairman, thank you very much. Honorable nominee, social media has been defined in our statutes. How many social media platforms do you have? And which one particularly is in question? We know of Facebook, we know of Twitter, which is now X, we know of WhatsApp pages, we know of TikTok. So Chairman, it will be prudent and for the ranking member to be specific, because social media refers to a plethora of other media platforms that are deployed in cyberspace. So if he can be specific, then I believe that the nominee can be properly guided and to also tailor his answers to those particular references. With all due respect, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Leader, would you like to be specific on the issue you've just raised?
Chairman, before I proceed, I want to suggest to you to kindly reiterate an earlier call by the chair of this committee, which call was to some of our colleagues who join us but are not members. I don't want to mention a name. I repeat, I don't want to mention a name. But I want to urge my colleagues who are joining us, you may say something not for the records, but when I hear, I would respond to you. Let us ensure decorum. This exercise requires mutual respect. Some of you are knowing Sam George for the first time. The minority is supposed to do its work. So if you are a first timer and you are here by the grace of God, take this opportunity and learn, and not to call your leader names. If you attempt to act in a manner unbecoming of a backbencher who has just joined parliament, you will be schooled to know the courtesies that are accorded leaders, especially when a leader is on a firm ground in his duties. Honorable nominee, my respected colleague, in your own words, you have had the occasion to to criticize the Chief Justice of the Republic in a matter that you were not a party to, correct?
Correct.
In your own words, these criticisms were written on your social media platform, correct?
Not exclusively. Other times I spoke about them on national media platforms.
So for our purpose, let's deal with those that you wrote on your social media platforms, correct?
Very well, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Now, my question to you is, do you remember the exact words that you used in describing the Chief Justice in your criticisms?
It will be difficult because, like the Majority Chief Whip had pointed out, I do not even know which specific platform you're referring to. I have accounts on Facebook, in fact, 2 accounts on Facebook, a private page and an official page. I have an X account, I've got an Instagram account, I've got a TikTok account, I've got a LinkedIn account. So it's like, once again, I repeat that out, Mr. Chairman, I'll be grateful if specifics could be applied to the issue here. Thank you.
So my question to you is, which of the platforms did you use in your supposed constructive criticism of the Chief Justice in a matter that you were not a party to?
Yes.
Please come.
Yes. Chairman, with all due respect to Ranking, we sat in law school classroom together. We graduated together. And we are both seasoned practitioners. And we've done criminal prosecution. And we understand the principles. He who alleges must prove. You are interrogating a nominee alleging certain matters. He has given answers. You may not like the answers. It is up to you to put into the further and better particulars. That when I refer to the fact that you made certain comments by way of criticism of the CJ, it was an so and so and so social media platform. Here are the prints. In fact, in the course of this committee's work, you have demonstrated that those abilities, you brought information and material particulars before the committee and reference nominees to speak to them. Some you actually labeled them, exhibit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So in this matter, with all due respect to him, if he hasn't got information, he may still make progress. But if he wants to stay on this course, then you should be providing information by way of material particular so the honorable nominee can speak to by admitting to same or denying same, so we can make progress. With all due respect, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Leader, just give me a second. Well, I am presiding over this vetting, and you are talking about matters of law. I think as a presiding chair, I have the right to give space for some of my team members to be able to define matters of law, for me to be able to make an informed decision. And it is for that reason that I'm allowing Honorable Roxanne to come in, leader. And I hope that that is fine with you. Thank you. You may continue.
I don't have a problem at all. This exercise is good. Posterity will deal with this, and the jury is out there. Students, for many years to come, will refer to these proceedings. But since my respected colleague and classmate has taken us to the classroom, The classroom that we are, the classroom that we are, we have to do some exercise there. The issue that is being discussed has been attested to by the nominee. It isn't the case that he's denying knowledge of any criticism. He said he has done so. And he says he stands by it. It is on that basis that I am asking him. He should tell us the very thing that he is admitting to. He should tell us where he did it. He himself said some was by words of mouth on platforms. He said it in the media. Some too, he posted them. So he should be able to tell us in an honest way where he posted them. If, as it were, he had said that, oh, he doesn't remember ever saying it, he hasn't said anything at all, then I would ask him to identify a document and speak to it and find out whether he is the one who authored it. But he says he has done something. And I'm asking him to now tell us where he did it. It's as simple as that, Chairman. So he's supposed to answer that question.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, once again, I reiterate my answer that I'm unable to know which of the platforms I have posted on that he is referring to. And let me state for the records, what was put to me was the fact that I had attacked the Chief Justice. I have not admitted to attacking the Chief Justice. I have stated that I have criticized the Chief Justice. It doesn't amount to an attack on her. It's a critique of her. But I'll be grateful and I'm willing to identify any documents that are available, and I'll speak to them with all integrity and honesty. Thank you.
You have your constitution with you?
Yes, please.
Earlier, the Honorable Roxon spoke about your rights in the law, and you read the rights, that you had a right to freedom of speech, correct?
That's correct. The Honorable Roxon read that.
Go to Article 41 of the same Constitution. Read the side notes.
Duties of a citizen.
Repeat it.
Duties of a citizen.
What? I didn't hear.
Duties of a citizen.
Go to Article 41D. Read 41D aloud.
The exercise and enjoyment of rights and freedoms is inseparable from the performance of duties and obligations, and accordingly, it shall be the duty of every citizen to respect the rights, freedoms, and legitimate interests of others, and generally to refrain from doing acts detrimental to the welfare of other persons.
Very well. Very well. I shall, Chairman, with your leave. Chairman, with your leave, I shall, through you, forward to the nominee a document for him to read aloud. I have a series of them. Read number 9. Number 9.
SB1 series.
Must we be prompting you? What is this?
You can read
we have agreed to do so. Honorable, order, Chairman, Honorable nominee, you have turned to number 9. You've seen it labeled?
Yes, please, number 9.
Please read the content of that post of yours aloud.
There is absolutely no doubt in my mind that the current Chief Justice is engaged in judicial thuggery and poses an existential threat to the dispensation of justice in an equitable, fair, and just manner. Such partisan behavior at the apex court of our judiciary must not be entertained and must be condemned with all the force reasonable people can muster. Judicial gangsterism is a precursor for the breakdown in the dispensation of justice and the doctrine of the rule of law. Common sense ought to be an ingredient in the dispensation of justice.
My respected colleague, what you have just read, was it authored by you?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
What date was this authored?
On the 27th of March, 2024.
Now, on the 27th of March, 2024, you wrote this about the Chief Justice of the Republic, correct?
Yes, I did.
You have again read Article 41D. For the avoidance of doubt, read it at the risk of being repetitive. Read it one more time.
Mr. Chairman, I remember the content.
Read it one more time.
Well, I'm not going to read the heading again. I'll just read the 41D.
I am asking you a question, Honorable Nominee.
Yes.
Once the question is allowed, you cannot overrule it.
The
I'm
exercise,
saying read 41. Yes, in full. Read 41D.
The exercise and enjoyment of rights and freedoms is inseparable from the performance of duties and obligations, and accordingly it shall be the duty of every citizen to respect the rights, freedoms, and legitimate interests of others, and generally to refrain from doing acts detrimental to the welfare of other persons.
My respected colleague, what you have just read as your constitutional duty, and what you have also read as your constitutional rights, if you reconcile, would you say that all those words you used to describe the Chief Justice were fair?
Mr. Chairman, that post was premised on my understanding and reading of Article 296 of the Constitution, and I will proceed to read with your leave.
That's okay. Please proceed.
The side note is exercise of discretionary power. Where in this Constitution or in any other law discretionary power is vested in any person or authority, A, that discretionary power shall be deemed to imply a duty to be fair and candid. B, the exercise of the discretionary power shall not be arbitrary, capricious, or biased based on resentment, prejudice, or personal dislike, and shall be in accordance with due process of law. And C, where the person or authority is not a judge or other judicial officer, there shall be published by constitutional instrument or statutory instrument regulations that are not inconsistent with the provision of this Constitution or that aid or that other law to govern the exercise of the discretionary power. Discretionary power is vested with the Chief Justice. She exercised same in the matter before her. My views were what I expressed in the post.
When did you say you posted those comments?
27th of March 2024 at 6:34 a.m.
what occasioned this post?
Activities that had gone on the previous day in court.
Can you share with us the activities that had gone on in the previous day in court, and in which matter?
It was in the anti-LGBTQ case, the case you referenced earlier on. I don't really remember all the details, but I'm fully aware that my comments were in reference to the actions that had happened the day before in court.
You had earlier said that your criticism was premised on a July 28th disappointment. Now you are referring to a March post. So which is which? Just reconcile.
Chairman, at no point in my previous answer did I say that my displeasure with the Supreme Court and the Chief Justice was exclusive to the July 18th ruling. The case had started in court from the 5th of March. I made reference to the fact that the July 18th ruling is what led me to lead a national demonstration against the Chief Justice.
So what exactly did the Chief Justice do to you on the 5th of July, of March 2024? 24, you said 23rd.
27th
so
of March.
This post was 27th of March. And you are saying that based on what happened in court on the 26th of March. And can you tell us exactly what happened on the 26th of March, which led to such description of the Chief Justice of the Republic?
Mr. Chairman, let me be clear that I have answered this already and stated that I don't really remember all the actions that happened there. But again, let me be very quick to add that post this social media post, the Chief Justice has had occasion to write to me on 2 occasions through the Judicial Secretary. The Chief Justice is clothed with the powers of contempt. If she thought and held the view that legally I had erred, the Supreme Court of Ghana is not one that has shied away from using its contempt powers. They have failed to hold me for contempt because I have not erred, and I'm sure that the Chief Justice herself and the Judicial Council and the Supreme Court recognize that constructive criticism is helpful for the dispensation of our justice system. Thank you.
So you hold a view that those words used in describing the Chief Justice of the Republic to you remain constructive and nothing less?
I hold that view, sir.
Clerk, kindly furnish me the document. Honorable nominee, please let's go to your CV. Please, where were you born?
I was born in Somanya in the eastern region of Ghana.
I'm not familiar with Somanya. Is it in the eastern region of the country?
Mr. Chairman, I just stated that I was born in Somanya in the eastern region of Ghana.
Now, Krobo, Odumase, and Somanya, are they the same?
I am unable to respond accurately to that. I'm not sure about that, but I believe that one of the MPs from the Krobo area is present in the committee. He can help us with the geography.
Honorable nominee, respectfully, are you familiar with Krobo Odumase?
Yes, I know the constituency, the lower Manya Krobo, the lower Manya Krobo constituency, and upper Manya, yes.
I'm not talking about constituency. I'm talking about a town called Krobo Odumase, Odumase Krobo.
Yes, I know a town like that exists, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. And I'm asking you whether that town and Somanya are the same or different.
I am unable to answer. I told you I am not very conversant with the geography of the area.
Did you live in Somanya where you were born?
Chairman, before you came in, when I did the introductory part, I stated that I was born in Somanya, but I grew up in Nigeria. My mother is here, my birth mother is here, and if you want her to swear the oath, she will, to testify on at what age she took me. But I was taken to Nigeria at the age of 6 months. At that age, I don't think I would have been in a position to know what my surroundings were. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, are you currently in possession of a birth certificate?
I don't have my birth certificate here, but I own one.
Is it a very old one or the digital birth certificate?
Mr. Chairman, it's a very old one. My parents have done very well to preserve it.
And that has your place of birth as Somanya?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You are in possession of a Ghanaian passport?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. 2 actually, but under the same name. A regular passport and a diplomatic passport, all under the name Samuel Nate George. Thank you.
The Ghanaian passport you have, does the place of birth bear Somanya?
Both do, Mr. Chairman.
So you would disagree with anybody who suggests that you were born in Odumase Krobo? You would disagree?
My parents told me I was born in Somanya. They are the best to determine and tell me where I was born. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, on your CV, you have indicated that you have undertaken a number of courses.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
But before then, you have indicated that you speak English, Dangbe, and Tree.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Do you speak any language of Nigerian origin?
Muso Yoruba, dear sir.
You speak Yoruba?
Yes, I do, and a bit of Igbo. I can tell you my name, Aham Busam George.
Don't pay attention to my questions. Pay attention to my questions and then answer my questions. Not for the gallery, but for me. All right? Do you speak Yoruba?
Fairly.
You speak a bit of Igbo?
Yes, please.
To take the leave of Mr. Chair to amend your CV to include Yoruba.
With the leave of Mr. Chairman, if it pleases the committee for me to have to, but I just put the Ghanaian languages I spoke on my CV.
But it is here you stated languages spoken. Languages spoken. So I'm asking, since you say you speak Yoruba, that would you want to take the leave of Mr. Chair to amend to reflect that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it can be amended with the leave of Mr. Chair.
Leave granted, amendment accordingly carried out.
Now, you have stated hometown to mean to be Old Ningo. We've had different descriptions of hometown. So tell you how you come by hometown.
I believe on my CV it says Ahuyam, Old Ningo. And Ahuyam is where my father hails from, where my father comes from. So that's where my father's house is.
And mom too from there?
My mom is from Old Ningo town itself.
Your CV page 1, you have indicated that you have a BSc Agricultural Engineering, Soil and Water Engineering specialization from KNUST. May I know from you, at KNUST, were you a member of TESCOM?
Never.
Did you at any point join TESCOM outside of, at any of the institutions that you you studied?
Never, Mr. Chairman.
So you disagree with any report to the effect that you were once upon a time a member of TESCOM?
That would be an unfortunate lie. I disagree with it.
The states. As part of our vetting, you know that we request for due diligence reports from state security. So, as at January 27, 2025, state security has said that you were once upon a time a member of TESCOM.
This is part of the reason why I'm on record to have said that the new Mahama administration has to overhaul our entire state security apparatus, because it's woefully ineffective if it says I've ever been a member of TESCOM. Thank you.
Very well. And you would also disagree to the information given to us that you were not born in Odumasu Krobo. You disagree with them?
Absolutely.
Now, you have on page 2 of your CV. Let's go to page 2. You said you have executive masters in international strategy and diplomacy, London School of Economics and Political Science, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
You have the certificate with you?
Not here, but I can furnish the committee with it. If
Chairman, with your leave, would want to take that later, since he doesn't have it now.
No problem.
Certified true copy later, you can let us have it.
I would quickly make the request to the LSE for a certified true copy.
You have the certificate with you. You have graduated.
I have the original certificate framed. You're asking for a certified true copy.
No, but you can certify it. You can get it certified.
I would choose to get it certified from the university that issued the certificate for the purposes of this committee. I'll make the request to the LSE.
This perhaps is a legal question, so it's all right if you understand it, sir. Well, for the benefit of your supporters, we are here to also help you. I know you've done LLB. I know you've done LLB. You've not been called to the bar yet. You don't need to write to your school to give us a certified copy. Once you are in possession of the original, a notary public who cites the original can certify. That is a law which they should know. Now, would you be able to furnish us with a certified copy of that certificate?
If it pleases the committee, Mr. Chairman.
When did you start the program? And when did you finish the program?
September 2021, and I submitted my dissertation in July 2022.
How did you pursue the program?
In person.
Now, at all material times, you were a member of parliament. September 2021. You said, when did you finish it in 2022?
In July 2022.
So between September 2021 and July 2022, you were a full-time member of parliament. And this school is in the United Kingdom. So share with us how you pursued the program.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that speaks to my dedication and diligence. When I put my mind to something, I spent most time...
Nominee, how did you pursue the program?
Mr. Chairman, that's where I'm going to respectfully.
I'm just saying that to help you go straight so that we can finish with you on time.
Mr. Chairman, my program was an executive master's program, and I had multiple class periods and assignment periods. So in every month, we had 10 days of physical contact. And then you had essays that you had to present or submit in the ensuing period until the next class. And so again, if the committee would want for me to show evidence of my travel record, I will show how I spent 10 days in London with the leave of Mr. Speaker sometimes, and when I returned to Ghana to make sure that I stayed within the courses. And I had to do that between September and May. June, July, and August. June and July were not, you didn't need to be in person because that was when we were working on our dissertation. Thank you.
Okay, so you are telling us that, so from September, every month, you were spending 10 days in the United Kingdom, every month?
Give or take, yes, please.
No, let's be specific, because you say we can check that from your travel records and all. I just want us to be very specific in the answers. So September, when you started in September you went to UK for 10 days and came back, correct?
Mr. Chairman, that's why I said give or take. There were times when, because of travel periods, and that was at that time, there were still COVID travel restrictions. So there were times when I had to spend 14 days. There were times when I was able to do 12 days because the regulations in the UK were very fluid at the time. For some time, at the early parts, you had to do a 2-day quarantine after entering the UK before you could make yourself available. So yes, I may have gone to school for 10 days, but my travel time included 2 days of quarantine when I entered the UK, so it could have been 12 days. So give or take, it was 10 days at every time.
So you were doing it month on month, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
So you can furnish us with evidence of September travel, October travel, November, December, all the way to May, as you said?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, with your leave, would the nominee has promised to furnish us, so
leave is hereby granted.
Very well. So, honorable nominee, we'll take that one.
I recognize a follow-up question from Honorable Roxanne.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Nominee, did you pursue this program with public funds?
Absolutely not. Fully funded by myself.
Now, this program, do you have an online component of it?
Yes, please. The submission of your essays and all of that.
No, please. My question was very specific. There is an in-person, so I want to find out whether there is an online component of the program. That's all.
Yes, there was an online component.
So in addition to traveling to London, you pursue some aspect of the coursework whilst here?
That's correct.
Chairman, that will be wrong.
Chairman, I'm taking note of the supposed follow-up which come in multiples, and they are indeed substantive. Mr. Roxanne has had his time, but anyway, I would tolerate him. It's fine. Okay, so when did you graduate?
I believe it was in December. I attended my graduation, I think, either in December 2022 or January 2023. I need to refresh my memory. I think it was in December 2022. It's a matter of public record.
I'm sure when we get the certificate, we'll get to know. Now, you that you fully funded yourself.
Yes, please.
How much did it cost you?
Mr. Chairman, are you asking me the cost of the course or the cost of the entire program? Because
okay,
I'll
break it down. Don't worry.
That would include travel.
No, don't worry. I'll break it down for you. First, let's deal with your tuition fee. How much did it cost you in tuition?
I would have to check with my accounts to determine how much it cost. This was a fee I paid about 4 years ago.
With the leave of chair, would want to have that. How much did it cost you in accommodation?
Again, I'll have to check with my residents at the time how much it cost me.
So with the leave of chair, you provide us with that. How much did it cost you in travel?
Again, the tickets vary based on season, so I'll have to itemize each ticket and how much it costs.
Okay, so chair would give direction on all three, so you can provide.
Maybe it's hereby granted for you to bring the cost component.
But Mr. Chairman, respectfully, may I find out why personal expenditure of mine for my own personal development is now the subject of this committee's inquiry?
You should have said that as your answer.
No, Mr. Chairman, I was asked specific questions about whether I did them. Now, the question of providing same, I said I don't have that here, and it would take the leave of the chairman. So it's your leave that would make me, and I could get legal advice on if my personal expenditure is the subject of this committee. Thank you.
Chairman, as you've granted leave for those information to be provided, we'll rely on the nominee to make those available through the clerk. So we'll proceed. Thank you. Now, on the issue of Kofi Annan training, International Peacekeeping and Training Center. It's on your CV that you have an executive master's in conflict, peace, and security, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Can you share with us how you undertook that program?
Mr. Chairman, that program was a weekend program as an executive master's at the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center, and I attended with a few other colleagues. Thank you.
How long did it take you?
It was a one-year program. I completed in 2019, but did not graduate in 2019 because I was out of the country on the date of the graduation. And so I came back in 2020 to join the executive cohort 6. I was part of executive cohort 5, but I joined executive cohort 6 in 2020 to graduate. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, back to your CV, you indicate that you've had a certificate in leadership and managerial skills from NDPI.
That's correct.
Are you able to furnish us with a certificate?
I will do so with the leave of the chair.
Leave is accordingly granted.
Now, have you any registered company, a limited liability company, that you operate outside of your work as a parliamentarian?
I currently do not hold ownership of any company that I operate outside of Parliament.
Prior to this period, were you previously an owner of a limited liability company?
Yes, prior to coming into Parliament, yes, I was.
Can you furnish us with the name of this company?
The first company I think I registered was Events and Multimedia Ghana Limited.
When did you register this company?
Chairman, I don't readily remember.
What is the name of this company?
For emphasis, I will repeat it, Events and Multimedia Ghana Limited.
Who are the other shareholders apart from you?
I don't readily remember, and the company is defunct at the moment.
At what point did this company become defunct?
Upon my entry into Parliament, I stopped working.
When you were operating your company, were you taking only private jobs or you were also doing government jobs?
I never took a government job.
Go through your CV, share with us where on your CV you have provided information of this, your company.
Mr. Chairman, it's not provided on my CV.
With the leave of...
Let's honorable leader, let's get this clear. Is it everything about the nominee that is supposed to be provided on a curriculum vitae? Because this is a defunct company which is no longer operating.
Chairman, respectfully, the nominee has provided us his own CV. The CV, he talks about personal data. He moves from there to profile. He has shared with us his educational background. He goes further to talk about professional experience. He has taken us through conferences he has attended. He has also told us that he is a member of certain boards and agencies. It is therefore proper, as part of the inquisition, to ask which boards he served on, where he's been a director. It is a regular question. And he himself has provided us information as to a company he has registered that he is a shareholder and a director. The issue of it being defunct is a different matter. So, Honorable Nominee, you have said that at the time you entered Parliament, you stopped running your business, correct?
That's correct, because I became politically exposed.
Very well. So, before entering Parliament, tell us, between which period to which period you operated your business? Tell us, between which period to which period you operated your business, that your company?
Mr. Chairman, I believe I registered this company whilst I was in the university, sometime between 2003 and 2004. I left the university in 2005. And I believe that I stopped running I stopped getting any businesses after I was appointed communication specialist at the president in 2014. Because at the time, the clientele I had required that they couldn't work with me as a PEP. Thank you.
But you just told this committee that you only stopped operating your business when you were elected member of Parliament, because at that time you had become politically exposed. Do you still stand by that answer?
Yes, Chairman. You see, the nature of business I did, I had long-term contracts. So even though I became a PEP in 2014, I had contracts that ran till sometime in 2016, and it was indicated to me that those contracts will not be renewed.
Now, share with us the period you became a member of Parliament. You were not doing any other business. You were solely dependent on your salary, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, as my primary source of income.
Did you have the benefit of any secondary source of income?
Mr. Chairman, I'm married to a very industrious woman.
I don't get it. Please explain.
I'm married to an industrious woman.
Okay, so please explain to her, if you say you are married to an industrious woman, and that is the source of your secondary income, what exactly do you mean?
I mean, my wife takes care of me.
Very well. So, industrious woman, she takes care of you. Are you suggesting that she also paid your school fees for your UK program?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that this committee has asked me to furnish them records of my fees that were paid. I believe that I don't see where we're going with this. Thank you.
No, with the greatest respect, honorable nominee, I continue to treat you with respect. If you say you don't see, yours is to answer. If you need guidance, please seek guidance from the chair. If chair allows my question, and you want to say you don't see, where I follow up based on what you say. I never asked you about your wife. I never asked you about her business. You said your wife takes care of you. These are your words. You say your wife is an industrious woman. These are your words. And that is your secondary source of income. These are your words. So, are you aware whether your wife, through her industry, has been paying her taxes? Have you become aware of it?
Mr. Chairman, those are my wife's affairs.
Please, that is personal to your wife. So, with all due respect,
the monies that your wife, your wife gives you, which monies you say that is your secondary source of income, do you pay taxes on them?
Mr. Chairman, I have at no point in time before this committee, and I'm on record, said that my wife gives me money. I have at no point in time made that claim. My claim before this committee is that my wife takes care of me. I didn't say she gives me money. Thank you.
Is that your secondary source of income?
I have not said so. Your words, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee would leave it there. Whether they are your words or my words, we'll leave it there. Let us proceed. How did you raise the funds to pay your fees? Because this is a matter of record that you provided.
Mr. Chairman, I had savings. Thank you.
Doing up. Honorable nominee.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please kindly read aloud that document you have in your possession.
Dear comrades, take positions at the airport and land borders. None of those who have raped our nation's resources should be allowed to skip town. Those who have stolen the public purse must, in capital letters, be made to account for every peswa. Operation Recover All Loot, in bracket oral, must swing into full action for our children, for our nation. Let's go. And it has the lion emoji and the Ghana flag and a fire emoji.
Can you share with us those looters, the names of those looters you were referring to, who you were calling on comrades to protect our borders so that they don't escape? Can you share with us those you had in mind at the time you made this post?
All of that information, Mr. Chairman, has been shared with the oral team that was headed by my comrade Okujeto Ablakwa, Member of Parliament for North Tongue. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, this is a public hearing. You have made this post, and I'm relying on it to ask you the question. I'm asking you, these individuals that you say they have looted the nation, they have raped us of whatever, can you share with us those individuals? Give us their names.
Honourable Member, with all due respect, we spoke yesterday about the Whistleblowers Act, and there are remedies available for such a thing under a Whistleblowers Act. So in a full public view, asking that the names of those people be disclosed, there are dire consequences for it. I will therefore humbly overrule the question. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, at the time you made this post, did you know about the consequences of the post you were making?
Mr. Chairman, there was only one consequence of my post: to protect our nation's resources. Thank you.
As a law student, do you think that this call for people to go to our borders when we had our security agencies already performing constitutional duties was right?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, and I'm grounded in the preamble to the Constitution. That was the basis for that call.
The preamble of the Constitution.
We, the people of Ghana, or in the name of the Almighty God, we, the people of Ghana, in exercise of our natural and inalienable rights to establish a framework of government which shall secure for ourselves and posterity the blessings of liberty, equality of opportunity, and prosperity, in a spirit of friendship and peace with all peoples of the world, and in solemn declaration and affirmation of our commitments to freedom, justice, probity, and accountability, the principles that all powers of government spring from the sovereign will of the people, the principle of universal adult suffrage, the rule of law, the protection and preservation of fundamental human rights and freedoms, unity and stability for our nation, do hereby adopt, enact, and give to ourselves this Constitution.
So, at the time you made this post, you are saying to this committee that our borders were not being protected by the security agencies enough. Therefore, there was a need for you to make a call on ordinary citizens to rush, particularly your party members, to rush to these borders to stop people you consider as looters from traveling outside the country. Correct?
Your your deduction, Mr. Chairman, not mine.
At the time you made this call,
Honorable Leader,
did you have,
I recognize Rox in the
did you have
on
reason?
one supplementary question.
Okay, sure.
Chairman, thank you very much. Honorable Sam George.
Chairman.
When you made the post and the reference, yes or no, you averted your mind to Article 41, F of the Constitution, and with the leave of the chairman, let me read. The exercise and enjoyment of rights and freedoms is inseparable from the performance of duties and obligations, and accordingly, it shall be the duty of every citizen, F, to protect and preserve public property and expose and combat misuse and waste of public funds and property. So your post regarding people getting to the borders and checking others from absconding from the jurisdiction you suspect of having committed some offense, you were exercising your right under this provision?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Sam George, when was the last time you traveled outside the country?
I don't readily recall, but I haven't traveled this year, so sometime last year.
At the time you got to the airport, did you go through immigration screening?
Yes, I did.
Did you see customs officials at our borders at the airport?
Yes, I did.
Did you find the national security operatives at various points at the airport?
I don't know. I don't know them because they don't wear uniform.
But do we have security systems at our airport?
I would suppose so, but I can't state on the record.
Now, at the time you made this your post, by the way, go back to the date you made the post.
I made it on the 8th of December 2024, a day after John Mahama had won the elections by almost over 57% of the votes.
Had our
order
on that said date, had you any information that our immigration and customs officials had abandoned their posts at the airport and all other borders of the state?
I have not suggested so in my post.
Honorable Sam George, I am asking you a straightforward question. Had you any reason to believe that they had abandoned their posts at the airport and all other borders that they had a duty to protect as officers of the state?
Chairman, once again I repeat that I have not made such a suggestion in my post, so it can't be attributed to me. Thank you.
Do you know that your call on your party members to move to our borders was to undermine these security officials from exercising their rightful duties enshrined in our laws?
Mr. Chairman, that would be to suggest that our constitution is illegal and unconstitutional.
So are you suggesting that at any point a citizen can post calling on people to take to our land borders and protect it against looters? Is that what you're saying?
Mr. Chairman, like I said, that post was made pursuant to provisions of a duty of a citizen, given the exigencies of the time, the duties of a citizen, according to the preamble and Article 41F of the Constitution.
Do you know that that preamble of the Constitution is equally enforceable through a law properly enacted by the state? Do you know that?
I'm aware of that.
And do you know that as part of the enforcement of the constitutional provision, we have established state security agencies to protect our borders?
Fully aware of that, Mr. Chairman. I'm fully aware of that, Mr. Chairman.
And do you know that as a citizen, your right call would have been to the security agencies instead of party members? You call comrades. Do you know that?
Mr. Chairman, it is the vigilance of these comrades that stopped the export of 17 pallets of gold that were not properly labeled at the Kotoka International Airport. My call was a call to national duty. It was heeded and saved the public purse. I should be celebrated for that.
Sam George, respectfully, I, based on your information, will be pleased to make an application, would make an application to the chair to suspend the hearing of your vetting so that we invite those officials at the airport who, according to you, through the vigilance of your comrades, they seized some illegal exportation of some gold. So because this is a very serious matter and you are providing us information. So, Chairman, in the circumstance, it is important that we suspend the hearing of this matter to bring those officials who have a mandate to protect our borders, ensure legal exports, explain to why they abandoned their responsibility, and it had to take some vigilante comrades based on his call to arrest some illegal gold exportation.
Honourable members, with all due respect to the ranking and the deputy, the ranking and then the minority leader, we have a clear mandate and no amount of question and answer will be ready to deserve this committee proceeding to suspend sitting until information is provided. Our procedure doesn't end at this committee. Further actions will be taken after the committee's vetting. So I am unable to grant the request for suspension with all due respect.
Chairman, fair enough. Chairman, then with your leave, I would want to extract some further information from the nominee so that we invite those officials to appear before us, so that, I agree with you that we don't suspend, but we would have to invite them based on the further information we give. Honorable nominee, this gold that was being stolen, can you provide us further details of where and how these comrades were able to assist in stopping this stealing? Lay the foundation with the answer and then we go specifics, because it's very important. The nation is listening and it will help.
So, is your question seeking for him to mention names of people?
Honorable Chair, I am exercising a lot of restraint and I would plead with you. The nominee said there was stealing at the airport. Some people were stealing gold and exporting, and through his call there was an arrest. We need to know the details. It cannot be that he will say something and then we cannot have details. So he should provide us the details.
Did you say some people were stealing at the airport?
Mr. Chairman, the sitting of this committee is public records. I never said that anybody was stealing I said that my call led to the interception of 17 wrongly labeled pallets of gold or parcels of gold. That's what I said. Again, let me state for the record that it is the assumption of the ranking member that the persons who may be lawful law enforcement officers can also not double as comrades. That will be his assumption. Because the assumption is to say that comrades from outside the airport came in. I have not said so as well. Thank you.
Honourable members, I will plead that having regard to the content of the Whistleblowers Act, some questions and the answers being provided may be in violation of some provisions in the Whistleblowers Act. It is for a stated reason. That's why we refer to that particular law, Whistleblowers Act. So I am not even happy that it is being placed on record that some responsibilities being discharged led to the arrest of some pallets of gold. So I intend to direct that that answer be expunged from the record.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, can the nominee tell us where this gold was wrongly labeled? Can the nominee tell us?
I'm guided by Mr. Chairman and the Whistleblowers Act. I decline to comment. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can the nominee tell us who arrested these gold bars that, according to him, were being stolen?
Again, with the guidance of the chairman and respect for the Whistleblowers Act passed by this honorable House, I decline comment.
Chairman, with respect, the nominee is not here as a whistleblower. If for some reasons it is his pleasure that he would give us that information in conclave without the media, he should say so and we should grant that. You cannot, Chairman, you cannot come to the committee in providing answers to a question, say that it is your constitutional right to make a call to the public to protect our borders when we have security agencies, and then you justify by saying that, in fact, that call has saved the nation. Some stealing, I mean, people who are going to steal gold, the state, as a result of that call, that was prevented. Then you are now saying that you come under Whistleblowers Act, so you cannot provide the details. Chairman, let us, the whole world is watching these proceedings. I will not pursue and I would not attempt to show any disrespect to you. But Chairman, the matter in issue is not a matter of whistleblower. In the minimum, I am guided by the little law I've stated. I'm not going into the arena of whistleblower. So if you would want to say that he shouldn't answer a matter that he himself has provided, so be it. I will not pursue it. But I want to put on record that if the nominee prefers to give that information to us in conclave, let us pursue that.
Well, Honorable Minority Leader, we can subsequently explore and look at the law by the nature of the information that we are soliciting. If the law allows the information to be given to us as members of parliament, why not?
Chairman, let's have a clear understanding. Nominee is telling us that based on a social media post, some people were stealing gold and his comrades responding to that post were able to arrest it. So if for nothing at all, it should be celebrated. He's saying that it should be celebrated for making that post? Chairman, is it the case that we cannot pursue it? If you say so, I will not begrudge you. The record will reflect that the chair of the committee says that we cannot pursue it. This is not a whistleblower matter. So I want to pursue it. If you want to rule me out, I'm fine. So, honorable nominee, my question to you, that those people that you claim were exporting this gold illegally, do you know which company they were working for at the airport or wherever? Do you know where they were working for? Which company they were working for?
Honorable Minority Leader, with all due respect, we are pushing further. The nominee even said that his call resulted into some arrests. He is making reference to his call. So if you want to push further to give details of it, then it means we are delving into what the law otherwise says we shouldn't. So, with all due respect, with all due respect, there are reasons why you give such information to the security agencies. They are not even prepared to mention your name to the public that they got the information from you. So we cannot be soliciting that particular information. The statement he made is that my call resulted into this. I think we should end it there.
Chairman, my duty is to respect your chair and to accept your ruling. So I would accept your ruling on this matter and move on. I will not attempt to disrespect you, however unhappy I may be with your ruling. Well, that's the beauty of democracy. You are the chair. Thank you so much, sir. Please, clerk to committee. Honorable Sam George, you have a document in your hand. Respectfully, I've labeled this as 6. First of all, the document, the paper you have, were you the one who authored it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Please, can you read it aloud in full?
Galamsey is Ghana's drug trade. It is to Ghana what cocaine is to Colombia. There are cartels involved. These cartels have politicians, chiefs, and security personnel involved. Our government is complicit and will not do anything about it. And then I tag then President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo bears ultimate responsibility. He has the power to arrest and deal decisively with everyone involved. I don't care what party they belong to. They are wicked criminals. Deal with them. But alas, Nana Addo cannot. He is complicit and a beneficiary. If we want to deal with this canker, we need to be honest and brutally frank with the truth. Again, the lion emoji and the Ghana flag, and then 2 hashtags, hashtag free the citizens, hashtag stop Galamsey now, and I attached a picture of a Galamsey site. Thank you.
What date did you make this post?
The document handed over to me has no date.
But you made this post?
Oh yes, I recognize it as my post.
Now, you said the former president was complicit and a beneficiary. At the time you made this post, you had evidence that the President of the Republic was complicit and indeed a beneficiary of this Galamsey activity?
Mr. Chairman, on the day the President, and even though there's no date on this, I remember this post very well. I made it because I was upset as a citizen of this country that on the day the President was meeting, the then President, was meeting with the coalition against Galamsey, one of whom I believe is in the room, Engineer Ken Ashigbe, his Minerals Commission was issuing tens of new licenses to mine in forest reserves. That's what pushed me to do this.
Honorable Sam George, my simple question to you. Do you think that President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, our president,
Chairman, you hear it.
Honorable members, order.
I can understand the enthusiasm. Our president, who was in charge of the government of the day between 2017 and 2025, January 6th, was indeed a beneficiary of the galamsey activity. Do you solemnly believe in that? That indeed he was a beneficiary of this?
Chairman, my understanding is that the president at the time was leader of the NPP, per your constitution. He was leader of the party. We all saw or listened to the recording between the then Minister for Environment, Science and Technology and the then Vice Chairman of your Central Region party, where he said you needed to do galamsey because party Hiansika. The party that he had sika or needed money was the NPP, and President Akufo-Addo was leader of the NPP. If it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, and has his kids in a row behind it like a duck, it is a duck.
Because on two people were gossiping on the phone. Statement. I won't put this to be the
Honorable Sam George. Honorable Sam George. So you are saying that this comment by some individuals that you heard is your evidence that the President of the Republic was a beneficiary of the galamsey activity?
Mr. Chairman, if I'm not mistaken, the President subsequently went to even campaign for the gentleman who made those comments to be as a parliamentary candidate of the NPP. He associated with him. He did not distance himself from it. And Mr. Chairman, let me plead with you. This committee should not be used to whitewash the image of President Akufo-Addo. We know him. The people of this country passed a verdict, and let's leave it at that. Thank you.
Honorable nominee. Order. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, let's have order. Honorable members, order. Honorable nominee, you are hereby ordered to withdraw the word. This committee should not be used to whitewash Akufo-Addo. Please withdraw.
Chairman, respectfully, with the greatest respect for you, why am I being asked to withdraw that this committee, it's a plea. Please. I'm making a plea to you.
Please withdraw. Please withdraw.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw out of respect for you.
Thank you very much. The statement is withdrawn. Let's make progress. The statement is withdrawn on grounds that it is unparliamentary. Honourable members, let's make progress.
Chairman, thank you.
Please, let's have order.
Honorable nominee.
Yes, Chairman.
My respected member, who I would consistently refer to as Honorable Member of Parliament. Please, I'm done with the aspect of where you say Nana Akufo-Addo was a beneficiary. Now let me go to the aspect where you say he's complicit. Do you maintain that part of your submission, that post, that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo was complicit, as you put it out there in your post? Do you maintain that?
Mr. Chairman, the first paragraph says our government is complicit. Our government is complicit and will not do anything about it. Nana Addo bears ultimate responsibility. He has the power to arrest and deal decisively with everyone involved. I don't care what party they belong to, they are wicked criminals. Deal with them. But alas, Nana Addo cannot. He is complicit and a beneficiary. If we want to deal with this canker, we need to be honest and brutally frank with the truth.
So I'm saying that, I've read it. This job, I've been doing it for some 15 years and more. So I know where I'm getting to. I'm done with the other leg of you saying he's a beneficiary. So back to the complicit part. I'm asking you whether you maintain that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, our former president, was indeed complicit. Do you maintain that?
Given the poor fight against Galamsey, I hold that view.
Get you, please.
Given the abysmal fight against Galamsey, I hold that view.
To what extent do you hold that view that his performance in the Galamsey fight was abysmal?
The president promised to put his presidency on the line to fight Galamsey. There were several instances where persons in the president's government and party were found or accused of being involved in the illegal mining of gold in our country, in forest reserves and water bodies. The president did not show the leadership that he promised this country. He folded, and that's the record. It can't be changed. So as far as I'm concerned, he was complicit.
Do you have any evidence of probative value to the effect that these people that you claim were part of government and were mining were at the presidency?
Mr. Chairman, the government is bigger than the presidency. The government extends even to the ruling party. That's why the ruling party's general secretary and national chairman sit in cabinet. So the party is part of government. And the ministries are part of government. Agencies are part of government. So if persons in agencies and persons in the party, ruling party, are involved in this, the government is complicit. It stands to hold. Thank you.
Okay, so what you are suggesting to us today is that now that President John Dramani Mahama is the President of the Republic, any individual at the party level, say constituency officer in Owen, involved in a Galamsey activity, citizens of this country should loudly say that to the extent that that person is a member of the ruling party, John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency, respectfully, should be held complicit. Correct?
I haven't said so. If President Mahama puts his presidency on the line to fight corruption, and is unable to take action in the unforeseeable instance where an appointee of his, there is evidence of corruption, and he rather seeks to clear them like we've seen in the past, then you can hold President Mahama liable. But the President Mahama I know, and his track record that is before this country, we've seen the Judas scandal. We've seen previous scandals. He ran a sunlight campaign on corruption. So I know that if what you are suggesting is not what I've said, but President Akufo-Addo put his presidency on the line. He raised the bar. He raised the standard. And so we hold him to that standard. Thank you.
Now, should any agency, now that President John Mahama is in office, you are again suggesting that should any agency involved in anti-galamsey activity falter in any way, it would amount to the president himself being complicit, correct?
Not correct, Mr. Chairman. I gave a specific example. President Mahama has been definite on corruption because corruption is the biggest problem.
Talking about anti-galamsey.
President
we are talking
Mahama,
about galamsey, so
yes.
let's stay there.
No, Mr. Chairman, because of the question you asked, President Mahama...
Honorable nominee.
Honorable nominee, the question is specific, making specific reference to galamsey. It's not asking you any question in relation to corruption. So if you can stay within the question and provide your answers briefly, you will do us a very good service.
Yes, I asked you the question.
Honorable Chair, please, if the question could be repeated.
My question to you. Now we have President John Dramani Mahama in office. Should any agency involved in anti-galamsey activity fail, should we say that the President of the Republic is complicit?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Pardon?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so you are suggesting that in this current administration, any failure on the part of any agency in the fight against galamsey should not be held against the president, correct?
He has responsibilities. He will fulfill his responsibilities.
Yes, I know. No, as for that one, we all expect government to fulfill their responsibilities. But my question is, should there be any failing at any agency? Should there be any failing in any agency? Will the president be complicit?
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, this is now assumptions. We're building scenarios. I can't speak indefinite to conjecture and scenarios. If we get to that point, I'm sure today we are speaking about this because there is hindsight on President Akufo-Addo's leadership. I believe that we'll have the opportunity 4 years down the line to judge President Mahama, but it will be unfair for me to pass judgment on a man who is barely 3 weeks in office. Thank you.
Please, Chair, with your leave, may our clerk and the clerk to the committee have this and take back the earlier yes, please. Yes, please. Are you in possession of the 7?
I've labeled it 7, please.
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman. Exhibit 7.
Kindly identify it. Is it a post you made, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's a post I made.
Honorable members of parliament who are visiting us, order. I'm not taking chairman's powers. Order. This is an exercise that students will learn something from. Yes, so, honorable nominee, please read it aloud.
As a son of Gandangwe,
yes,
I am outraged and disgusted at the continued abuse of state power and authority and the wanton encroachment and capture of Ghana lands. The latest attempt to steal lands belonging to GIS by agents purporting to be from the presidency of Nana Akufo-Addo is shameful and sad. I am yet to hear a condemnation from the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable Samuel Abu Jinapor. He is responsible for the sector, and his children attend the affected school. It is also time for the Gamanche and the Greater Accra Regional House of Chiefs to man up and speak. Their silence is cowardice and a blot on the integrity of the Ghana state. They either speak up or we consider them willing accomplices. The next John Dramani Mahama government from 2025 must recover all such stolen lands and prosecute the perpetrators irrespective of their political colors. Enough is enough. Followed by a lion emoji, an angry face emoji, and Ghana, the Ghana flag. Thank you.
Honorable nominee.
Chairman.
We'll do some little exercise on this post.
Yes, Chairman.
Respectfully, at the time you made this post, did you have reason to believe that the government officials were taking over GIS lands? Did you have reason to believe seemed to be true?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Can you share with us the grounds upon which this was founded?
Mr. Chairman, I listened to the news that day, and there was the news reported that a team of armed officers purporting to have come from the office of the president had accompanied a private real estate developer to take portions of the land belonging to GIS in the cantonment area. Thank you.
Did you take steps to verify this information prior to the post? Did you verify?
Mr. Chairman, I had no reason to doubt the credibility of the media houses on which I heard the story.
Which media houses did you hear the story?
Mr. Chairman, it was reported, I believe, by City. It was reported by Joy. These are two of the most credible media houses in the country.
And what was the report?
That officers or security personnel purported to be coming from the office of the president had accompanied a real estate developer to take over portions of GIS land.
So you've used the word purported, which means that there was no evidence of state-sponsored takeover of GIS land. You've used purported to suggest that indeed there was no such evidence that the government was aiding a private developer to take over portions of GIS land, correct?
The evidence I based on was the news reportage.
Would you want to retract this post?
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I will read a Ghana Web story that speaks to this particular issue.
Honorable nominee, the question is, would you want to retract?
No.
Or you still no,
Mr.
you're answering
Chairman.
the question. Nobody asks you to go and read anything from Ghana Web.
Honorable nominee, with the leave of chair, I will let you read. Honorable nominee, please kindly read. First of all, identify the document. Is it a document you posted?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Respectfully, can you read the post aloud and in extenso?
Mr. Chairman, the post was in reference to what you've printed for me, is my post and a post from the immediate past Minister for Communications. So which should I read? I should read both?
Read yours. Read yours first.
I should read mine first?
Yes, please.
Respectfully, Chairman, mine is a response to her post. It will make better understanding if you get the context in which my response came. So please read all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Lausu posted on 26th April 2021, some people find it very difficult to believe we can negotiate good deals for government. I signed the Airtel Tigo contract. We acquired it for just $1. Someone, an MP, says he heard me say we paid $25 million. A barefaced lie, blatant untruth. Please ask Sam George where he heard that, then sit back and listen to long English, grammar and drama. Just keep your eyes on the ball. How much did we pay to acquire the company? $1. Simple. Then my response on the same day. Someone tell our Minister for Communications that grand posturing and arrogant clapbacks will not stop us on the Parliamentary Committee of Communications and the good people of Ghana from demanding accountability from her. What does she take us for? That she bought Airtel Tigo for $1? How much is the eyebrow pencil she uses to draw her eyebrow? And she thinks she can insult our intelligence? Madam, after basking in the fake fans of your social media followers, prepare to appear before the committee and give us details of the transactions. We will not allow the already burdened taxpayer of our country to be saddled with poorly thought out decisions that impose more debt or hardship on us. Our eyes are fixed on the ball, and I urge you to do same. No long talk.
Do you maintain the content of this post and the language you used in describing Honorable Eslausu?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Chair.
To send Hello, order. Honorable Affiliate, order.
Please proceed.
Dated 19th November 2024. Clearly, the Supreme Court, led by the Chief Justice, will do everything in their power to protect their demigod, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, from signing the Family Values Bill. The CJ should be ashamed of herself. After preaching against such vices in ICGC and failing to walk her talk and take a stance when it matters most, such characters are the ones our Lord Jesus Christ chased out of the temple with a whip. From President Akufo-Addo to all members of the pro-LGBTQI cabal in all arms of government, shame on you. Bow your heads in disdain. Our children and grandchildren will remember you for all the wrong reasons. The lion emoji and the Ghana flag. And then there's a picture of the scales of justice along with it. Thank you.
No, not. Right, Honorable Sam George.
Mr. Chairman.
On what date did you make this post?
19th of November 2024, Chairman.
At the time you made this post, the court had already given a date for judgment in this matter, correct?
Mr. Chairman, if my memory serves me right, I made this post on the day that the courts decided that they would give judgment after the elections on December 7th, that they will give judgment on the 18th. And that's what premised me saying they will go to any length to protect President Akufo-Addo from signing the bill.
Honorable Sam George, respectfully, the Supreme Court is an independent constitutional body. Do you believe in that?
On the face of the paper, it ought to be.
The Supreme Court of Ghana, through its actions, determinations of matters, is practically independent of the executive. Do you believe in that?
Based on the doctrine of separation of powers, yes.
At the time you made this post, what was your basis for saying that the Supreme Court sees Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as its demigod? What informed that?
I reached this conclusion on the basis that the Supreme Court had the power to hear this matter and give judgment before the elections, but chose to do so after the elections. And that's what brought me to this conclusion.
So, you mean all the judges who were on the panel had one thing in mind: to protect Akufo-Addo, merely because they gave a date which is after the election. Is that your point?
Mr. Chairman, I have not made reference to all the judges of the courts. I referenced the Chief Justice. And she had the power to fix the date. She was president of the panel, so she determined the date.
Are you aware that the Chief Justice was not a member of the panel at the time you made this post? Are you aware?
Mr. Chairman, that is not correct.
Honorable Sam George, would you be surprised? Okay, so if you come to a conclusion, or if I bring you evidence that the Chief Justice was not a member of the panel on the said date that you wrote this your post, would you retract this?
Mr. Chairman, I will be a man of integrity and retract this if there is evidence, which I know doesn't exist, that the Chief Justice was not part of the panel, because she had been on the panel as far back as July And this was done on the 19th of November. She had always been a part of the panel. But if there is evidence that shows that she wasn't part of it, I'll do the honorable thing.
Honorable Sam George.
The chairman.
At the time you made this your post, had you really done your checks to know who constituted the panel?
Mr. Chairman, as far as I was aware, and like I said, even on the 18th of July, as far back as the 18th of July.
Yeah, we are on the, wait. I want us to.
Honorable, with all due respect, when you ask a question and the nominee is providing the answer, let's allow the nominee to land with the answer, then you can follow up with another question.
Thank you, Chairman. Please, I am on the 19th November post. That 19th November post, was it after the court hearing, or it was the very day the court gave a date for its judgment?
Mr. Chairman, I don't really recall.
Were you in court yourself?
No, Mr. Chairman.
But you became aware that on the said date, the court had given a date, 18th December, for its final ruling on the matter?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it was reported in the news.
Based on the news reportage, you attacked the Chief Justice, correct? Because of your belief that the Chief Justice was a president of the panel, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Now, did you become aware? Did you become?
Let me ask
Chairman,
I want to ask a follow-up question.
Chairman,
I want to ask a follow-up question.
Chairman,
Honorable Leader, I want a follow-up question.
Let me take a deep breath. Let me take a deep breath.
Honorable nominee, did you attack the Chief Justice?
No. Like I've stated constantly before this committee, I have criticized her constructively. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee, please, the document you have before you, please read it one more time. Let's deal with some aspect of it again.
Clearly, the Supreme Court, led by the Chief Justice, will do everything in their power to protect their demigod, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, from signing the Family Values Bill. The CJ should be ashamed of herself after preaching against such vices in ICGC and failing to walk her talk and take a stance when it matters most. Such characters are the ones our Lord Jesus Christ chased out of the temple with a whip. From President Akufo-Addo to all members of the pro-LGBTQI cabal in all arms of government, shame on you. Bow your heads in disdain. Our children and grandchildren will remember you for all the wrong reasons.
Would you want to retract this post?
No, Mr. Chairman.
If you become aware that Her Ladyship Lovelace Johnson was the president of the panel and that the Chief Justice was not a member of the panel in any way, would you retract the post?
Mr. Chairman, I'm fully aware that when I read the judgment, Her Lady Justice Lovelace Johnson was the lead of the panel. That doesn't take away the powers of the Chief Justice in ensuring the speedy dispensation and discharge of justice.
When you read the judgment, did you see the Chief Justice's name as being part of the panel?
No, Mr. Chairman.
So, in your view, the fact that the court had given 18 December dates amounted to they being in collision with the President of the Republic at the time, correct?
Honorable Leader, I recognize Roxanne Nelson Zapamopo on supplementary.
No, Chairman.
You come back to your
Chairman, with respect, I have asked my question. Let him answer. I have all the patience for these proceedings. If my respected friend, who had his turn, and I never interfered with this supplementary, is now taking advantage to say that he is now doing follow-up, so be it. You are the chair.
Proceed to answer the question, then I will allow his follow-up.
Can he please repeat the question?
All members, order. Honorable Leader, once the nominee is requesting you to repeat your question, and the question is going to be repeated for an answer, let me take the supplementary question on the earlier answer, then I will come to you to repeat the question.
Chairman, thank you very much. Honorable nominee, you, about 2 hours ago, when the leader, the minority leader, took you on this path, you told the committee that you made this statement and others at the time when the motion or notice for interlocutory injunction was heard by the Supreme Court. That panel presided by Her Ladyship the CJ, but ruling deferred by the court to the final determination of the matter. That was your answer. Do you still stand by it?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
To place the matters in context.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Now, Chairman, let me seize the opportunity to ask Rankin.
Honorable, you are entitled to one follow-up question.
Thank you very much.
Please, ask your follow-up question.
Every time you want to.
Honorable nominee, you had earlier on indicated that should you come to the realization that the Chief Justice was not part of the final judgment in the matter in issue, you will pull down or retract the post you made on the 19th of November. Do you maintain that?
Mr. Chairman, can I, in answering this question, read the second paragraph of my post? The CJ should be ashamed of herself after preaching against such vices in ICGC and failing to walk her talk and take a stand when it matters most. Context. She had heard the injunction case, deferred ruling because she wanted to get the benefit of understanding the substantive case. When that time came, she walked away from it. I am a man of deep faith. My faith will never waver when it comes to my principles on homosexuality as a Christian. She passed the buck when she had to take a stance when it mattered most. And that's why I continue to say, such characters are the ones our Lord Jesus Christ chased out of the temple with a whip. So it's context. Thank you.
Let's stay on context. Do you know that our faith, as we exercise it, and the law do not operate on the same level? Do you know that?
Yes, I do.
So it would be unfair to attack a judge in a matter of law merely because of the faith she professes.
Mr. Chairman, I did not attack. I criticized. Thank you.
Would you agree with me that it would be unfair to criticize a judge sitting in a court of law for exercising her discretion in law merely because of her faith?
If that judge is also a lay preacher, I would expect that her judgment will be influenced by her calling and by her faith.
Very well. Let me, Chairman, let me take him to the next day. Hello?
So, I'm a judge. Then,
Honorable nominee, I have given Hello, Honorable nominee.
Yes, Chairman.
I have given you a document, a paper. Please read it aloud to the end. I've written something there on top with a pen.
Chairman, with the greatest of respect, this document is not one authored by me. It is Act 1, Scene 1 from Macbeth.
Yes, that is correct. That is correct.
I don't know if it is within my place to request from the chairman the relevance of reading Macbeth as a Minister for Communications, Digital Technology and Innovations.
Honorable Leader, once the document is not emanating from the nominee, accordingly, he's not supposed to answer any question based on it.
Chairman with respect. Chairman with respect. Chairman with respect.
Honorable Leader, you know the position of the law that if you are not the author of a document, you are not responsible for the content of the document, and as such, you cannot be asked to answer questions based on a document of which you are not the author.
Chairman, I have not asked him a question. Perhaps the lawyers on this table may assist me. I can make mistakes, and I'm ready to learn. We are allowed to lay a foundation. Around this table, we've laid foundation with constitutional documents, with media publications. In fact, we laid a foundation at the commencement of my questions with St. Francis of Assisi prayer. He read it out. He read it. He has it right here. So a document that is being read to lay a foundation to mount a question is allowed. I don't know why you are.
Honorable leader, minority leader, honorable my learned friend, we all know the rules of the game. You haven't asked any question, but you asked the nominee to take a look at a document. And the answer from the nominee is to the effect that I am not the author of the document you are asking me to take a look at.
Okay, so no, Chairman, the proper form. Chairman, like I said, we will continue to learn. Honorable nominee, please, you have an extract from Macbeth before you, correct?
That's correct.
Please read the relevant provisions there as in your hand.
I do not know, Mr. Chairman, what is relevant. This is about 29 lines.
You see, honorable nominee, hold it. For us to know the relevance of what you are asking him to read, you need to ask a question, since he is saying that he didn't author what you are asking him to read. So why would you be asking him a further question when he expressly told you that the document you are giving me, I am not the author? He is not the author. So my learned friend, with all due respect, once the answer from the nominee is that you give me a document, but I am not the author of the document, it's about telling you I don't know anything about this document. I beg you, with all due respect. I am therefore unable to allow him to answer a question based on the document that you have given him.
Chairman, I have asked him to read the content of what I've given him. I've not asked him a question yet, but like I said, if you are overruling my request for him to read the content to enable me as the relevant questions, if you're overruling me, I will abide by your ruling. I don't need to stretch it. I will abide by your ruling. Because I need to lay a foundation. I know he's not the author, that is why I referred to it, to enable me mount the question. But if you hold a view that I cannot even rely on it to ask my question, that is fair enough. I will respect your ruling. I will not challenge you.
That is my ruling accordingly.
Very well.
Bring the document back.
Mr. Chairman, can I please crave your indulgence to make just a statement? I just want to use this opportunity to apologize to my chiefs who have been sitting here since 7 a.m. based on the notice. Thank you.
Chairman, with respect, the nominee has made certain public statements. I need to ask him certain questions based on those statements he's made on TV and all. I, with your leave, made them available to the clerk, to the committee. So we shall proceed to watch the videos and then would ask the questions one after the other on it. The clerk to the committee was provided with it, and we did this arrangement before the hearing. So please set the technology in place for us to watch the video. Thank you.
He's a Muslim by day, a Christian by night. A religious prostitute cannot be our president.
All right, okay.
He's a Muslim by day, a Christian by night. A religious prostitute cannot be our president.
All right, okay.
He's a Muslim by day, a Christian by night. A religious prostitute cannot be our president.
All right, okay.
Honorable nominee, you described the Vice President Mahamudu Bawumia as a religious prostitute. Do you stand by what you said at the time? Do you stand by it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
On what basis do you describe Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia as a religious prostitute?
Mr. Chairman, I think I was in the spirit when I made those comments because they were prophetic. He never became president because I said someone who carried out his faith in that manner will never become president, and he didn't become president. So I believe that I was under the unction of the Holy Spirit at the time. But the basis for that was that then Vice President Mahmoud Bawumia sought to tell us that he was a member of the Boys Brigade. The method is Boys Brigade.
Please, you've answered the question that you were in the spirit. Order.
Honorable nominee.
Mr. Chairman.
Had you heard exactly what the Vice President had said in respect of his relationship with the Boys Brigade as a child? Had you heard exactly what he said, the basis upon which you made this statement?
Mr. Chairman, you know, the ranking member is a Catholic. He's an Orthodox. I'm a charismatic. There are things of the Spirit that he may not understand. And so it may be impossible for me to explain when the Spirit takes over you and you speak and work under the unction how to explain it. Thank you.
Honorable nominee.
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee.
Mr. Chairman.
They don't understand the spirit. Catholics.
I have heard you. Are you therefore saying that led by the Holy Spirit?
Honorable member, can you do us the honorable thing by retracting the aspect of you saying you are charismatic, he's a Catholic? So it's of a different faith.
If it pleases the chairman, but I thought these were issues of fact. But if it pleases the chairman, please. If it pleases the chairman, I withdraw.
Please, statement withdrawn. Let's make progress.
Please, the technology controller, next video.
The reset of Ghana. A vote for John Mahama is a vote to protect our culture, to protect our family values. A vote for Bawumia and Napo is a vote for homosexuality, is a vote for comprehensive sexuality education, and Ghanaians say no to Trumu, no to Trumu, no to Trumu. We need John Dramani Mahama to come and sign the bill into law. Ayazu, if you love the children of Ghana, if you love our family values, if you love your faith as a Christian, if you love your faith as a Muslim, if you love your faith even as a traditionalist, you know that we do not support homosexuality. Napoma's account and go to the Pope.
Yes, honorable nominee.
Mr. Chairman.
Did you have any basis to say that the Vice President of the Republic, Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia, as he then was seeking to be the president of Ghana to promote homosexuality?
Mr. Chairman, I said a vote for them will be a vote for that.
Do you, in your present circumstance, still maintain that statement you made?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Had you any reason to believe that Dr. Bawumia was seeking office to promote homosexuality as you described?
Mr. Chairman, in the tape, I don't make reference to only Dr. Bawumia. I make reference to his running mate, Matthew Opoku-Prempeh, as well, and there's basis for that.
So you had reason to say that Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh was seeking for the high office of Vice President of the Republic to promote homosexuality?
I was speaking to his track record, Mr. Chairman.
What is his track record?
Mr. Chairman, as Minister for Education, he oversaw the attempted introduction of comprehensive sexuality education into our country and proceeded to a meeting, a UNESCO meeting of African Ministers of Education, where he gleefully spoke about the benefits of introducing sexuality education into African curricula. That video is available. We can pull it up and make it available to the committee.
Honorable nominee, you said he presided over an attempted introduction of homosexuality.
Of comprehensive sexuality education. That's what I said, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a difference between comprehensive sexuality education and homosexuality? Is there a difference or they are the same?
One is an educational material that teaches on homosexuality. Homosexuality, on the other hand, is an act.
So you are saying that he presided over an attempt?
Thanks to the traditional rulers of our country and the moral religious authorities who rose up in righteous indignation, but for them, he would have succeeded.
Honorable nominee, I am suggesting to you that what you are saying in respect of Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh, then as education minister, is inaccurate. I'm suggesting that to you.
The facts available to me prove the other.
Please, next video.
People say that I've been saying to a few friends that people say that politicians steal from the public purse. The Nana Akufo-Addo Bawumia government did not steal from the public purse. They stole the purse. I've been saying to a few friends that people say that politicians steal from the public purse. The Nana Akufo-Addo Bawumia government did not steal from the public purse. They stole the purse.
No problem. Hello, honorable nominee.
Mr. Chairman.
You have just watched the video. Would you want to explain what you mean by Nana Akufo-Addo did not steal from the public purse, but they actually stole the purse? would you explain what you meant by that? And after that, let the public know whether you still stand by that statement or you seek to retract.
Mr. Chairman, before I answer, may I seek leave of you to know how many minutes I have to answer this question? Because I have a litany of over 700 corruption scandals under President Akufo-Addo that I would list systematically and explain each one to show Ghanaians how President Akufo-Addo and his government stole the public purse.
Honorable nominee, the question is, do you stand by it or not?
The question was twofold. So, do I stand by it? Yes. Why did I say it? That's what I'm asking for. How many minutes or hours you give to me to run through 700 corruption scandals under President Akufo-Addo?
Chairman, if the nominee so pleases with his evidence against Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and he wants to proceed, it is within his right to proceed. Proceed. That's fine. Proceed.
Honorable members, order. Honorable members, looking at the time, I'm unable to allow the witness or the nominee to be proceeding with over 700 evidence that he is having. So instead, I will urge upon the nominee to make it available for the committee.
Chairman, in view of your earlier ruling, I will be happy to receive all that evidence so that as a house and as part of the proceedings, upon receipt, those individuals who were involved in those corrupt practices will then appear before us for us to interrogate the issues, because this is an important matter. So there's no problem at all. We will be happy to receive that. Next video, please.
How many minutes would it take you to state it? Stating it.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not just going to state, I'm going to explain, so I'll need about 4.5 hours.
I'm asking you to state. I'm not asking you to give explanation.
Mr. Chairman, just stating it and not explaining it will not do justice to me. So then, if you won't allow me time to explain them for the Ghanaian people to understand, then there's no need me starting.
And I think that in these 4.5 hours, if it will mean we should come back again tomorrow to continue the exercise, fine. If he has them here, no problem. No, we are here. If he wants to, if he needs to, if he thinks that he has to proceed the 4.5 hours to complete it. If you whatever way, I leave it to chairman. To judge.
Please, let's make progress.
Please, next video. Chairman has ruled that he should submit. That's the ruling of the chair. That he should submit the 700 cases of corruption against those individuals so that we deal with it.
But
Honourable members, ranking. We've been here for close to 3 hours on your questions alone. Do you have any more further questions?
Chairman.
And how long will you go? How many more questions do you have?
Chairman, we have the video series. Please, let's do the third one.
Chairman, honorable leader, you promised the committee that though you have unlimited questions to ask, you'll be very fair and reasonable. But today, you've asked a question for close to 3 hours.
Okay, Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, we started the day with Honorable Dr. Rashid Buipe. I waived my right to ask him any question. I didn't ask any question. We took a second nominee, Honorable Mutala Mohammed. I didn't ask him any question.
But at all material time,
no. Can I?
There was somebody acting for you.
Let's take the next video, please. Honorable nominee.
Mr. Chairman.
You were in that video, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
In that scuffle, do you think that your role there was most appropriate in the ensuing scuffle?
Mr. Chairman, firstly, I didn't see a scuffle, and secondly, I didn't see any role I played.
Next video.
A misconception has been put out, and you know that's a misconception has been put out, and I listened to that full BBC interview. President Mahama has been clear that he will sign that bill, and he has no option than to sign that bill. President Mahama will know no peace from Sam George until he signs that bill, and he himself has said that to the clergy, that as a Christian, as a member of the Assemblies of God Church, he will sign that bill. In that bill.
Honorable nominee, the president, in a meeting with the clergy, suggested to the clergy that instead of passing a law, it will perhaps help if we rather introduce in our curriculum the teachings of our values in our schools for our kids to appreciate the Ghanaian value system. Do you support that proposition by the president?
Mr. Chairman, This is an incorrect representation of what President Mahama said.
Please, what is the correct representation? Would you want to quote correctly if you hold a view that what I've said is incorrect?
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, can I reciprocate by asking the clerks to send the document I have here, which is a transcript of what President Mahama said, to the ranking member so he can read for the hearing of the public.
Honorable nominee, you don't have such right. Once you are pulling out the document, it is incumbent upon you to read it or you put it back.
I'm guided, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to read the full text of what President Mahama said. Proper human sexual, and then there was laughter. It's quite a long name. Proper Family Values Bill. If you remember, there was a court case that injuncted the Speaker from forwarding it to the President, and also restrained the President from receiving the bill. Eventually, that case was disposed of in December, I think on the 18th or something. Yes, so it meant that the injunction had been cleared, but as far as I know, the bill did not get to the President for assent. So the convention is that all bills that are accented to, that are not accented to, before the expiration of the life of Parliament expires. And so that bill, effectively, is dead. It has expired. I don't know what the promoters of the bill intend to do, but I do think that we should have a conversation on it again, so that all of us, if we decide to move that bill forward, move it forward with a consensus, emphasis mine. And probably, it shouldn't be a private member's bill. It probably should be a government bill, with a government behind it, after consultation with all the stakeholders, to see how we know where to move this forward. But it leads us back to the discussion we had. If we were teaching our values in school, we wouldn't need to pass a bill to enforce, our family values. And that is why I think more than even the family values bill is us agreeing on a curriculum that inculcates these values into our children as they are now growing up, so that we don't need to legislate it. And so we will see how all this goes. So I'm looking forward to this review conference to come to some consensus on some of these issues. Clearly, President Mahama is in support of the bill, but is advising a more holistic view. Apart from passing the legislation, also the reintroduction of our family values into the curriculum of our children. That cannot be a wrong advice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. President said he does not know which part the proponent of the bill would want to have. Tell us which part you, as a proponent of the bill, would want to have.
Mr. Chairman, I answered this question earlier, but because he wasn't around, I will repeat again. My chiefs who authorized me and the people of Ningo Prampram who authorized me to start the sponsorship of the bill still hold the view that the bill is necessary. I will engage with His Excellency the President on the path and the way forward. Either as a private member's bill, where the Attorney General will not delay the bill for 1 year in Parliament by not giving us an opinion, and then, or it will come in as a government bill that will all support and pass, like the Speaker has said, urgently. Thank you.
Now, what would be your reaction should there be an attempt to dilute the current state of the bill as you forcefully proposed for legislation?
Mr. Chairman, the ranking member is my senior in the House, and he knows that we have the process of amendments to introduce whatever opinions and views I hold into a bill.
As we speak right now, there is no bill before the House. That bill has expired.
Mr. Chair, we go to the next video. Technology, we go to the next video.
From 110 polling stations, out of 140, at the end of the election at Okankwe Central Constituency, Patrick Yabuama had 14,949. Abu Baba Abdullah Sadiq had 15,383.
Mr. Chairman.
Total valid votes.
Mr. Chairman. Whilst Chairman, let me go off record and tell you what I have to tell you. I mean, out of deference to you.
Honorable Clerk of the Committee, approach the chair. All members, let's make progress.
All right, Chairman, thank you. Honorable nominee, we are having some technical challenge. Whilst that is being resolved, we would ask some other questions so that when the technical challenge is resolved, we can come back to it. So just
well noted, Mr. Chairman.
Bear with us.
Well noted.
All right. So let's go to your sector, the independence of your regulators. You may be well aware that global best practices has created an environment where regulators have become increasingly independent. In your view, do you think that the NCA should strive for a full independence, or would you support a policy that would lead to a full autonomy of NCA?
Mr. Chairman, the act that sets up the NCA is about 17 years old. It's way overdue for review. There will be a technical process to review the legislation, and all of that will be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Now, on the issue of quality of service and spectrum access, you are very much aware that citizens are so concerned about quality of service from our mobile operators. The operators themselves have expressed complaints, worries about their lack of access to the spectrum and frequencies. Assuming that office as a sector minister, would you commit to providing all the operators with the necessary spectrum and resources to enhance the quality of service, such as the data, voice, and digital services? At least, not to be overambitious, but within your first 120 days in office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, spectrum is a finite national resource. It's not infinite. And so the management of spectrum is critical for the maintenance of balance in the sector. We'll continue to look at maintaining the balance in the ecosystem, maintaining the strength of the sector, and taking direction and leading from His Excellency the President. We'll continue our management of spectrum in a way that ensures proper quality of service for consumer experience, but also ensuring that the businesses are kept afloat. Thank you.
So, some analysts project that Starlink, when fully deployed, will include a cell phone service which makes the world one local area, and it's expected that the existing telcos will suffer massive reduction in their value. Sector Minister, what are your plans regarding Starlink, noting that it is not a local company which can be controlled?
Mr. Chairman, my first obligation, if approved by this House and assume the office of Minister, will be to the businesses domiciled here in Ghana that create Ghanaian jobs. That is where my bias will be to. And so any external business that fails to have presence, that can be held to account by the regulator, and that creates absolutely no jobs in Ghana, will not get the benefit of that office at the expense of our local businesses domiciled here. And so the industry can rest assured. Policy will protect investment. Policy will protect Ghanaian jobs. I thank you.
Now let's deal with the issue of tax burden. The telco tax burden. Did you get it, please? Sure. So the telco industry, there's this perception that there's successive government have treated the industry as a cash cow, imposing numerous taxes, including VAT, sales tax, corporate tax, heavy customs duties, national stabilization levies, and various local fees. These financial burdens put together, give and take, about 40% of industry revenue. Of course, your government has pledged a repeal of our law, the e-levy, the overall tax burden of our telcos is said to be disproportional. You are going into the industry. Your policy as a government on taxes, is well known. Are the telcos to have legitimate expectation to have equal benefits as you have promised?
Mr. Chairman, once again, a question I've previously answered, asked by one of the members on the committee, but again, I'll reiterate that the tax burden of 40% applies to one of the MNOs. For the other ones, it's about 27.65%. That's still very high. We're committed to looking at the tax handles, especially the COVID levy in there, and scrapping the COVID levy from the tax handles. But again, this is subject to conversations with my brother, Honorable Atu Forsing, the Minister for Finance. We would look at how we would also deal with the main cost element in the build-up for the delivery of service, which is power. Conversations have started with my brother, Honorable John Jinapo, on what we can do to have an industry tariff like the mining sector has. Thank you.
Let me take you out of your industry just 1 second and bring you back. You know, you are in public service, right? And you know that this is our industry. We go through a lot of challenges. The last time when Honorable Muntaka was here as Interior Minister, I think in our interaction, I told him that, well, there are matters, then, yeah, Interior Minister nominee, Honorable Muntaka Mugara. I told him that there are matters that we definitely will enter our casket with. You can be accused falsely, and you are in your government, and you are staying, there's some debt on you, and you cannot talk. Going into public office, are you aware that some of such circumstances may come your way?
Mr. Chairman, even as a member of Parliament,
just go straight to it because
yes, I'm aware. Yes, I'm aware. Okay. I'm aware.
So, when something happens, hypothetically, it's because that there's no such thing, and you hear on radio that some joy, the communication minister, say NCA, there is some irregularity at NCA, and somebody, because you are a sector minister and the supervisor of that sector, girl goes on radio to say, yes, some judge is a beneficiary. How would you feel about that?
It's the hazards of the job. Hold it. Honorable Minority Leader, with all due respect, I plead with you that after 3 more questions, let's call it a day. On this one.
Oh, okay.
Yes, on Sam George.
Chairman, this evening, my patience is being tested. I pray to God to enable me pass the test. And I definitely will pass it. Chairman, you are aware. Chairman, you are aware that we have had a technical hitch on aspects of what the questions, which we are all patiently waiting for the clerk to deal with it. So when we get there and you decide to take away those rights, I won't fault you, but I will proceed.
Honorable member, with all due respect, I'm inclined to discharge the nominee after 3 more questions.
No problem. Chairman, I won't challenge you. If you take a decision, I won't challenge your decision. That's no problem. So, Honorable nominee, in your last answer to me, you had said that should there be an incident at the NCA, an irregularity which becomes a national scandal, somebody from the public accuses the minister of state responsible for the sector. He is a beneficiary. Your answer is that is the hazard of the job. You take it in all its rights. Is that the reason why, without evidence, you accused the former president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, of being a beneficiary of galamsey activities?
Honorable Leader, this question has been asked and answered. Proceed to ask another question.
Honorable nominee, do you agree with me that to suggest that a public officer has benefited from a wrong or an act of corruption, it will require you to have hard evidence at your disposal?
I'm not aware.
So it is your view that to accuse a public officer of being a beneficiary of corruption, there is no need for evidence at the disposal of you, the individual who is accusing the public officer?
Mr. Chairman, no greater evidence of the corruption in the last administration is needed beyond the results of the last elections. Thank you.
Honorable Leader, please, your last question.
Chairman, at this juncture, let me, with utmost respect to you, protest on the following grounds. One, that you are aware that we have some set of questions, which questions will be mounted on video evidence, which video evidence you and I are aware that the clerk to the committee has explained to us that they are having some technical hitches, which technical hitches they are rectifying. Two, I have indicated to you that I have gotten to his sector questions, which I believe I must have the opportunity to ask. However, if Mr. Chair is of the view that my examination of the nominee be truncated, then I shall protest by not proceeding with the last question that chairman is imposing upon me, and I would not disturb your discretion.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of questioning after minority leader having the floor for over 3 good hours. I would therefore proceed to recognize the guests here to support the nominee, Mr. and Mrs. A.G. George, parents of the nominee, Mrs. Vera George, spouse of the nominee, Pram Traditional Council, led by the Paramount Chief, Nene Tete Waka III, Ningo Traditional Council, led by the Senior Divisional Chief, Nene Banahini Asime Tete III, Bishop Raymond Aqua, Administrative Bishop, Perez Chapel International, representing His Eminence Archbishop Charles Ajinasari, La Familia, heads of agencies under the Ministry of Communications, Digital Technology Innovations, led by Chief Director Mr. Alexander Afu, representative of the industry players and NNOs, led by the Chief Executive of the Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications, Engineer Ken Ashigbe, Constituency Executives, NDC, and NDC Party Faithfuls in Ingo Pram, led by Constituency Chairman Alhaji Isa Adamu, Vanguard.
When you finish, Kofi Adams.
Madam Obobia Dako, Opoku, and all NDC party supporters. You are all welcome. Honorable Sam George, Honorable nominee, thank you very much for attending upon the committee, and we are grateful for your patience to answer a lot of questions. You are hereby discharged, but we will hear from the committee. Thank you, Mr. Thank you. Kindly leave the room with your team immediately, and the next nominee should take the chair.
Them leave the room immediately. Tell them to leave quickly. Let's do our thing.
Our revered guests, kindly leave the room. We have more nominees to vet. Clerk of the committee, please proceed to swear the oath. Can you proceed to tell us about yourself?
My name is Kofi Adams, born on the 2nd May 1975 in Tetema. I started my primary education in the same Tetema, that's the RC, continued to the RC Roman Catholic JHS, moved on to Bishop Emma College, and then continued from Bishop Emma College to University of Ghana. After that, I taught at Bremen Escuma Secondary School for 2 years and continued to Adsada College, where I taught for 5 years. From Adsada College, I was called upon by His Excellency to serve as his Director of Public Affairs and Special Aid. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will proceed with the vetting. I will give the floor to Hajia Ladi.
Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity. Mr. Nominee, congratulations.
Thank you.
You have worked hard and eventually you are here. The struggle has been long since, and you have since put up the best. My prayer is that God guides and protects you so that you are able to handle the youth and ensure that we make progress in all activities relevant to sports and whatsoever. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best. Take care of yourself. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll move to Honorable Rita Odolesowa. Honorable woman, you should be getting ready.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Congratulations, Honorable Kofi Adams, on your nomination by His Excellency, the President, John Dramani Mahama. I want to wish you well, and we hope to see an improvement in sports in the country. So I have no doubt you will deliver. May God guide you as you take office. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, sir.
I move to Honorable Alasan Umar.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Kofi, and congratulations. I wish you well. I have one question for you, and that has to deal with sports. You know, when we talk about sports, it's only about, in Ghana, they only talk about football. Congratulations. I wish you well. I have one question for you, and that has to deal with sports. You know, when we talk about sports, it's only about, in Ghana, they only talk about football. Can you help expand the sports?
Thank you very much. Exactly the reason His Excellency the President, in his manifesto for the 2024 general elections, which we're going to be implementing, saw the need to decouple youth from sports. And therefore, we are going to focus a lot more also on other sports that is described as lesser known sports.
Thank you. One more.
Thank you. You have additional question?
We don't have a problem with that.
Honorable members, I will give the floor.
Yes, let me close it down.
To the ranking member and the minority leader.
Honorable nominee, congratulations. Our former minister will have some few questions for you, and then I'm sure I will round it up, and then we'll be done with you. So please indulge him and then take some few questions from him. We really don't have a problem with you. We don't have a problem at all with you. All right?
Honorable members, order. Order. Honorable Yusuf, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for the opportunity. Honorable Kofi Adams.
Let there be order. Let there be order.
Honorable Kofi Adams, my good friend and brother, first of all, I want to congratulate you on your nomination as someone, if this August committee and parliament approve, will be succeeding me as the Minister for Sports and Recreation. Honorable nominee, thanks to His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Ghana now have a world-class sporting facilities. One, the aquatic center, which is a world-class, which can be used to host both continental
Honorable Sports Minister, do you have a question?
I'm laying the foundation for the question.
Please.
I'm laying the foundation for the question.
Looking at the time and the way we have to go, please ask your question.
Yes, let me lay the foundation for the question. With thanks to His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, we have
Honorable Yusuf, proceed to ask your question. If you will not ask the question, I'll give the floor to another person.
Mr. Chairman,
please ask your question.
I'm going to ask the question based on the preamble. I'm coming.
Please, the preamble is too long.
It's not long.
Proceed to ask your question.
I just started, Mr. Chairman. I've just started. I'm just saying that we have.
I will overrule you. I will give the floor to Honorable Shabu Mahama.
Chairman.
Honorable nominee,
Congratulations, honorable nominee. Honorable nominee. Can you imagine? Honorable nominee. Chairman, honorable nominee. I'm just referring the nominee to the various supporting facilities that we have constructed, and I'm asking the nominee, how he's going to. I'm a former minister who have supervised the ministry for 4 years, and I'm going to ask my successor questions, and you're asking me I shouldn't ask the questions just because I'm laying down the foundation. Oh, please. You shouldn't go ahead. If he does want anybody to the angle you are going is very bad. This nominee doesn't have create a problem, Chairman. We don't have any problem with him. Honorable. No way. Honorable nominee. May you listen to me? Honorable nominee. Please convince. Put it on. Honorable nominee, there are many in the sports fraternity. Ever since your nomination was announced, please convince us, honorable nominee, many in the sports fraternity, over the period, ever since your name was mentioned, honorable nominee, the honorable Kofi, I was asking you a question, Adams, based on the number of sports infrastructure that His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo have constructed for the sports federation of this country, and I was just asking you that you gave me the answer, please. Chairman. Do you want me to repeat the question, Mr. Nominee? Chairman. I said initially, that ever since your name was mentioned as a nominee, many in the sports fraternity doubted. They said that where is Kofi Adams coming from? Please convince. Please convince the sports fraternity that they are up to the floor. Thank you. He has the floor. Why? He has the floor. Former sports minister. Why? No. Keep talking. That's what I'm saying. You should keep talking. But how long is that going to take? How long? To lay foundation and allow the man to ask questions? Oh. No. I took that decision because no, won't put it off. Allow him to ask the question. Are you the one? Please ask your question. When you finish, I will look at my left. Does it take anything out? I think you should be told. We are not going anywhere. We are going to be here to ask all the necessary. Now, that's the question.
are here to vet your nominee. So if any member will want to ask question, but is unable to take guidance from me, I will overrule the person. So, Honorable Shaibu, you have the floor. After that, I can come to Honorable Yusuf.
Most grateful, Honorable Chairman. Honorable nominee, congratulations. And I deserve the nomination. Indeed, when your name was mentioned, most of the sports fraternity said, oh, you are not part of the sports system. Please convince Ghana and the entire world that you can do the job. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It is the case that some say so, but majority are also very happy that I've been nominated. I will not disappoint Ghanaians and I will not disappoint His Excellency the President. I will deliver and won't also disappoint myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll give the...
Let me put it on the record that the nominee, I don't have anything against the nominee. He's coming to succeed me. And now I have the opportunity from you to ask him a question, a simple question. And I was just going to ask him the various sports infrastructure that what steps is he going to take to ensure that these sports facilities, and I was making reference to the Baltimore sports facilities that we have constructed, the Lagos sports facilities that we have constructed, the cricket oval at Achimota that we have constructed, then also the hockey pitch that all these facilities are certified by the international bodies. How is it going to ensure that these facilities are maintained? So that they can use the national sporting event in the country. Thank you. Well, under the leadership of His Excellency, to deteriorate to the point that we could even be banned from using it. So the very minimal resources we have, we will spend it to make sure we maintain what we have, whilst we build new ones also. Thank you.
Any further?
One of the objectives of the ministry is to ensure that we get our national teams to participate in international competitions and to win medals for our country. We won the only medal in 30 years in the Olympic Games, in the just ended African Games. We also won 6 medals in the Birmingham Commonwealth Games. What steps is he going to take to ensure that we improve on the medals that we get when we participate in international games? Thank you.
As recently, but we truly will be investing heavily also in the other sports where we used to do so well, boxing, athletics, and what have you. It's equally so unfortunate that just yesterday there was a draw for the African Cup of Nations.
Honorable members, let's have some order. Honorable members, let's have some order.
Ghana didn't feature. We work very hard to make sure that we get back to
follow up, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the nominee just mentioned that it's just arm wrestling that saved the country during the African Games, and I want to put on record, it's not just arm wrestling, because the black satellites. Yes, and I'll express.
Once the answer is placed on the record, if you have a supplementary question, go and ask the supplementary question.
Chairman, the follow-up I wanted to do was also to put the facts right, that during the African Games, our satellites and the black princesses, and also most of the boxing, for example, and athletics, almost all the sporting discipline won medal. So if the nominee is here and it's 1965, I have the right to set the record straight as well. Yes. And so the follow-up that I want to ask my successor, Mr. Chairman, is to ask him that what training measures is he going to put in place to ensure that our athletes get prepared very well in participating in international competition. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We have indicated that we will improve grassroots sports. And we're going to go back to the intercolleges days, because you need to catch them young and train them from that point. You don't let them mature to a certain stage before you start investing in them. We want the reverse of the pyramid and make sure that the pyramid stands with the base being larger and broader. Then as it peaks, where it becomes commercially viable, you reduce investment. So we're going to do that and then improve upon our pitches. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the nominee, my last question to the nominee, Honorable Kofi Adams, has to do with budgets. Normally, the ministry, we have a lot of federations. We have more than 56 federations. And outside this federation, we have national commitment to our football. And we all know that Ghana, when it comes to football, our passion is so very high. The budget the ministry receives mostly is less than $34 million US. Their in their manifesto, they indicated that they will be paying sports. Sports is the manifesto that I'm just in their manifesto. They indicated that they will be paying the national, the clubs, the players that plays in the Premier Leagues, the local teams, first division and second division. Can you tell us whether he knows rough idea the budget that will be used to cater for this? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we are committed to every manifesto promise. We will be discussing in details the modalities, and we'll make sure we implement it to the satisfaction of the playing body.
Any last follow-up? I will proceed to give the floor to the ranking member.
Please, with respect, yes, but Deputy Whip and Chief Whip want to have some few questions, so grant them. Then.
Honourable members, Deputy Whip.
Mr. Nominee, Honourable Nominee, congratulations.
Thank you.
As President of Ghana Weightlifting Federation and the Deputy General Secretary of Ghana Olympics Committee, one of the major problems of Ghana sports is money, funding. I actually had the opportunity of doing some work on funding, but I want to find out from you, have you had any briefing on funding, especially for the lesser known sports? And if you have, would you want to share?
Well, thank you very much. We have discussed funding. I'm aware that we have a debt of about 468 million sitting there that must be dealt with. I equally also know that the challenge we have is the NSA, which is the bridge. Sometimes it is not allowed to also interface and deal with GFA, especially when it comes to Black Stars funding. We intend to make sure that we re-strategize so that NSA will play the role it's supposed to play, and some amount of money will be made available from the savings to get the other sports functioning. Again, we will have to receive budgets from all of them. So the lesser that come, every federation knows how much is available to them, so none will be left out.
Mr. Chair, yes. I also want to find out, do you have any plans with reference to footballers who are no more playing, other sportsmen who are no more in active sports? Do you have any pension plans for them?
Well, have talked about this in our manifesto, that we want to encourage the active ones now to make sure that they contribute to a pension scheme. I am sure when I get into the office through the approval of this committee and the House, we will work other modalities to see those who have already retired and see what we can do for them. You remember some time back, His Excellency the President, then candidate, have to intervene to save the goalkeeper of the Black Queens to get her a decent accommodation. I don't think that our heroes and heroines should go through such a situation. So I agree with you that we must do something about that.
Just a follow-up. Have you met the PFAG, Professional Footballers Association of Ghana?
No, please, but I've been engaging individuals, not as an association, but individuals who have retired, I've been engaging them.
My final question. Have you also had the opportunity of meeting with the Ghana Olympics Committee, specifically maybe the president and then the executive board, President Benunu Mensah and the executive board, to know what plans we have towards Olympics qualification and any other Olympic sports?
When this House confirms me and I'm sworn in, I will engage all of them. But currently, like I said, I'm having some engagement and I've engaged Benunu Mensah as an individual.
Thank you very much and I wish you well.
Thank you.
I proceed to take question from the Chief for you.
Mr. Chair, thank you. My good friend, Kofi Adams. I just have a couple of questions for you.
Thank you.
Don't believe the propaganda. We in the minority, we support you. Don't worry. We support you. We know you do a good work. My first question would be on, now as we are all aware, your ministry's designation has been changed and there is an addition of regression, which you do know very important, the effect of it on our health and other concerns, so critical. What thinking are you going to the ministry with to strengthen that aspect of that ministry?
Thank you. I have always believed that a very healthy nation will be highly productive. And one way of being healthy is being active. And so we're going to promote a lot of active lifestyle in all our communities and to encourage many persons. I've seen even media platforms encourage persons and the turnout sometimes is so beautiful. So I want to help to reduce our health bill by making sure that we are very active up to the very minimal level.
Okay, the number of astroturfs we have in our country now, I don't know if you have taken inventory of the number now. What we have now, are you aware of it? The total number of astroturfs we have?
I don't know the total number that we have. However, I have some concerns about the astroturfs. Some of them, truly speaking, have not been constructed to standard. And I don't know whether you are aware that in one instance, it resulted in a very serious injury to the head of a player because the space between the touchline and the metal was so close, it's not up to standard, that it caused an injury when the player was chasing after the ball. So we will look at them, the ones that are not standard, in order to avoid some of these injuries. Maybe we may not use them for such other sports, but we will not use them for football, but we can use them for other sports and recreational activities that will not demand a certain chase of the balls.
Honorable nominee, I'm sure you agree with me that our Premier League, it maybe for want of better expression, and if I'm going to be charitable in terms of the description, it's a pale shadow of itself. If you do agree, what are the plans beyond the Kotoko and Hearts Hoover Adeb, I'm not too sure. I used to be a fan though. I used to be a fan of Hoover Adeb. Yes, yes. I know if you agree, what do you intend to do? What do you intend to do to up the steam again?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We have talked about a number of things that confront our Premier League. It includes even the technical stuff. And that's part of the reason why we said we're going to modernize and raise the Winneba Sports College into a university where training of professionals will be quite high, so we can have a lot of technical persons that can handle our clubs. Again, we talked about giving them some allowances so we can retain a number of our players. Some of them leave the shores of this country to go and play in war-torn countries just because their earnings are so low. So the whole idea to retain players by giving them some stipend will go a long way to help improve our leagues. Of course, we want to also bring back the love so that fans can get to the stadium and watch their teams play.
Honorable Adams, this will be my last question, Kofi Adams. From where you sit, what are some of the challenges you have identified? I concede you are yet to go to the ministry, but I also know that you've done some work. Some of the challenges you have identified of the sports ecosystem and how you intend to track these problems down.
Well, number one is funding. Number two, poor infrastructure. Lack of renovations of some of the infrastructure that we've put in place. The technical competence of some of the persons who handle some of our sports is just not there. We intend to make sure that we improve upon this. Yes, it's good to have former athletes or former sports person help in training, but sometimes they do not have the skill of coaching. So we need to also upgrade them, improve them through the college system that we're going to be putting in place. Of course, we also want to give scholarships and opportunity of learning for the young ones who will be identified very early. So a lot of factors will come up as a result of the challenges that we've found. Thank you.
Chair, let me thank Honorable Nominee, congratulate him and wish him all the best.
Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Chair, I know we have one more to go for the day. I don't have any question. I want to yield to Honorable Jumper to do his, with your leave. Then
Honorable Jumper, proceed to ask your question, but who told you have one more?
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations, Honorable Nominee, and my teacher at Adesade College. Honorable Nominee, I want to ask you this. You've taught in Adesade College before, right? And you've been in Central Region. You know those days when you talk of sports, you talk of
can we have order?
Now, Winneba Sports College is underutilized, and it was a place that we used to train coaches, and a whole lot of sportsmen came from Winneba Sports College. What are your plans to lift the image of Winneba Sports College? How are you going to make it look like in the olden days, 1990s, that Winneba Sports College used to be?
Thank you. You are right that the Winneba Sports College is now in a very sorry state. We have about 4 football pitches. The only one is still really available for use. The rest have been left to deteriorate. The guest houses are in very bad state. The hostels in bad state. But the management of the Winneba Sports College have begun something. when approved by this House,
there be order.
Order. Improve upon it as indicated, because our intentions is to turn it into a model university that can train coaches and other sports-related professionals as indicated in our manifesto. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Mr. Honorable nominee, I want to ask you this.
Honorable Jerry Shaib, please, let's have some order.
In those days, when inter-schools, we are doing inter-colleges, you know the zeal, superzonals, inter-colleges. These days, you don't hear of this. The sports are going down. And for Ghana sports to improve, it starts from our basic schools, our secondary schools. Please, my question is, how are you going to link the inter-schools, or how are you going to link school sports into the national development?
Well, thank you. If you observe, in 2016, we passed an act. And in that act, it's indicated clearly for us to have school sports development agency. And so we seriously going to run this in a much more serious and a coordinated manner. This time they do it biennially, and because of that, some people go through school without having the chance to practice their talent. That will stop because we're going to run it and run it a bit more seriously. I've engaged the Minister for Education, and we would make sure that together the National Sports Authority and Ghana Education Service will collaborate to see to it that school sports improve.
Honorable nominee, my last question. You are my teacher, so my last question to you. You know, when I was in Adesade College, I used to run. I was an athlete. And these days, even when you ask some of the students to go and do sports, they even get it very difficult to buy this equipment, like the running shoes and other things. You know, the sports equipment now are very, very expensive. How are you going to support these young ones who have that interest in doing our sports to make Ghana proud?
Well, thank you very much. One of the things I will be pushing will be some level of exemptions for importation of sports equipment that will go directly to either schools or clubs, registered clubs. And they can have an ownership with the National Sports Authority so that individuals cannot use the opportunity to bring in stuff that they will sell in the open market. So we'll work on that and get them some tax exemptions to be able to clear these goods.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minority Leader has a closing comment.
Honorable nominee, there is nothing more from our side. We wish you well. You will hear from us. Chairman will discharge you.
Thank you.
Honorable members, here we don't clap. Please, please. May I proceed to recognize and acknowledge our revered guests. First in my list is Honorable John Kojo Japon, OT Regional Minister, and former OT Regional Chairman. Former Voter Regional Chairman, current OT Regional Chairman, and OT Regional Minister. Mrs. Cynthia Opoku Adams, spouse of the nominee. Mr. William Kate, Chief Director, Ministry of Sports and Recreation. Nana Ajay Tete, Basebrentuo, Adonti Hini of Buipe, and Chief of Jessica. Nana Kaklamasi Obo Kuma, Bandana Chief of the Tema. Nana Abdulaiti Buati Buaka, Chief of Baglo Buem. Nana Olatidi Opongo, Chief of Jolu Buem. Nana Apobia, Paramount Queen Mother of Buipe traditional area. Alhaji Abdul Kadir Tanko, Governor of Faidha, Ghana. Mr. Ben Nunu Mensah, Ghana Olympics Committee. Nana Apinkra Kwesi Ewua, AMC Chairman, Asante Kotoko. Mr. Eric Adom, Buipe Constituency Chairman, Executives of Sports Federation, Association, and Supporters Union. Our revered guests, you are welcome. Honorable Minister Designate, you are hereby discharged. You will hear from the committee. May the next nominee take his seat.
Yefem na kwa me taxi driver na enkane na misisi eso misisi na kame na to na twetwe binya 3p garlic misa no aboa me pa edunu asa miracle bi wadro no jese mafunu kra se disi twini anka me humi esi so se me humi ani esi so obeka se dia bibi hye me so bi no bi na ye normal ni bi fi na tinu ni pa me sa 3 days ni na edunu anka se de nyankopon de ayi bi ahodi se ma yi bi enya sam ketwa ana se we de me fro aka so na me fa hye me nkwa ne
me de abe pa se 3 years ana aseme ginawa me nemu se shinya se me kwa me de ameko bi amu so much me dru abe 6 years ni o tema sisi am ye maji se ene meja na saya le nem ku me preko ene 4 days ana me koto 3 garlic minister ni tema me kase yanku pe no yam se ene ya me no kase me wa to me a me din wa me ntiase
3p garlic minister ubenya bi wo mamu pharmaceutical shops and herbal shops Fred Piwak e wo 02489288824 and 020100002.
2024 has been an amazing year, but I believe 2025 is going to be much better. We at Hisense want to say a very big thank you to you for patronizing us. Stay blessed and Happy New Year. I go by the name Dance God Lloyd. Official Poll!
2025, we can't wait to see you. We can't wait to have fun with you. Hisense loves you. It's your girl Afronita, Official Pa.
2024, say Hisense money koye maudia. And then at 2025, and you triple. Yes, so friends, son. Hisense the Ghana for you now say. Who costs no money in your juma? Yet damn say. Hisense Mama Official Pa. Hisense. Everyday prices for everyday people.
Na ede na ya obeya oda formason yafunu emunumuni.
Oh Mr. Entry eya also ya reya titi bi ben fie pi nanso ne yemu nyono da se me chew no ahodo amato a me hunu hwea ebe ya nwanwa
menyi ni se what also tamfo hexa capsules any hexa mixture yanum bom kotia also no bia ma no anom anka no ho to no dadaada also dro de eno any hexa capsules any hexa mixture
ankom ni nchiremu
also yekura eto yafunu ene ensunumu etuma wo yafunu ekeka wa wogye ho a enye also etumi ema wo ye cheko ebra wadidi awie so how eye also de a copper hexa capsules any hexa mixture nanum bom na ho ebeto
pedudu etu a ko okanshi drug lane Kumasi Dani Herbal Takradi AA Mensa Anafre 02038228855 Aprefo abatan ya wama won mofra no fo ene mofra woni mfie dumienu enka ho Haxa capsules and in a mixture.
Ulcer time for FDA aje edwade nkratoyi atom.
Hi. Now let me tell you about Safari Valley Eco Resort, the first of its kind in West Africa. Upon your arrival, you are introduced to your butler, who plans your itinerary.
We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the eco park.
So many activities, all in the same premises. Visit the gym or the stables, they have it all. At my break, I'm able to practice my putting.
We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife and how to interact with them.
They used only electric vehicles here. This creates a serene environment. I'm told it's over 1,000 acres. My cabin here sits on 2 acres with a large terrace space overlooking my private swimming pool. Now this is royalty. They have their own farms, thousands of fruit trees. I can also have my lunch here at the waterfall. Quite a beautiful place you have here.
Visit Safari Valley Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
As for me, I take very good care of my grandkids. Ye dear grow, na ye sa. Edu mrebi krana. Me bano timide omo be gumi so weekend.
Hey, mumle.
Mimre. I don't think I'm catch you say. Ya no medi garlic capsules. Poso na ebesi so kama. As I stand here, my doctor said my whole system has improved very well. Medi garlic capsules. Yes, medi garlic capsules.
Oh,
Medimosis garlic capsules. Wa mamoja di nipaduane mu efurusani ye na esiesie oba ne barima mahon awodin. Ubenya edroyi bi ato omanyi mu pharmacy stores frey wo 050 349 4885. Edroyi enya mamofra enye ndi fie dumienu. Apemfo ene emma emanofo. Medimosis. FDA
Ghana, get ready to win big and live large with Mega Cash Lucky Box, the game where you could walk away with instant cash prizes. It's easy to play. Just dial *426*5# on all networks. Follow the prompt, pick a lucky box and reveal your cash prize. It's that simple. Win massive, up to 500,000 Ghana cedis. Don't miss your chance. Players all over Ghana are winning now.
I won!
What are you waiting for? Dial *426*5# or visit www.megacashluckybox.com and play on our web portal. The minimum to play is 5 Ghana cedis. Your lucky box could be holding that big cash prize. Mega Cash Lucky Box. Dial *426*5# and win instant cash today. Don't wait. Remember, terms and conditions apply and is annually approved on the Caritas Lottery platform.
Honorable Buipe, congratulations, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes. Our reviewer guests, please. Our reviewer guests, please. Take your seats in silence.
Why do people even invite people for a person? I never invite.
Please proceed with your question. Honorable nominee, could you kindly tell us if you have any plans of ensuring that transport owners, as in commercial transport owners, are properly clothed when they are doing their commercial business, and that littering whilst on vehicles are also stopped? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Transport Owners Association, or the transport operators in our country, play a major role in helping us move from one location to another. the only thing to do is to give them the proper education, so that they will create bins in their vehicles and to give space for passengers to drop anything that they would have used. Thank you, Chairman.
Please, any further question? Next question is about F. Yes, so I also want to find out. Please proceed to provide your answer. Honorable nominee. My next question is about airfares and the kind of air buses that ply our area. We've had problems with some planes coming into Ghana, and most of them this place.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The operatives in the aviation center or sector needs constant engagement. They also need for you to improve upon your facilities. For instance, doing business in Ghana airspace sometimes looks very expensive, so they pass on the bills. If we have centers to maintain or for them to refuel and they will not go to any other country, at least doing the cost of business will be reduced and airfares will also have a reduction in them. So when approved by this committee, it is my interest to engage them, saying that we look at some of the operational challenges and government address them for them to be able to operate freely in our airspace. Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman, this is a follow-up. So just to bring to your attention that services generally for a lot of aircrafts coming to Ghana are not the best. So just want to find out if you have any plans to ensure that Ghanaians or passengers coming to Ghana and traveling outside Ghana, out of Ghana, are given the best of services.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like I said, it's about engaging the airline operators and letting them know that the services they are rendering to us, we are not pleased with it. Saying that they will be able to now review, or you will review together with them. You can create the enabling environment for our passengers or our people to enjoy comfortable travels. Thank you, Chairman.
Well, Chair, I just want to wish the nominee well. As a Sabuba boy, I'm very sure he's going to deliver, and I'm sure the Uchabubu himself is here to support you. I wish you well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I give the floor to Ritana Odolo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
I'll come to you.
I wish to congratulate the nominee. I wish to congratulate the Honorable nominee by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, and I wish you well in your ministry. I know and I trust that you deliver. God bless you.
Thank you very much. I recognize Dominic Nitiwood, Honorable.
Honorable
former Defense Minister.
Yes. So first of all, let me congratulate you on your nomination to the high office of Transport Minister. You are one of the few people who, across both sides, really doesn't have much problems. That's why you see they are not, even though they will grill you to find out exactly your competence, but character-wise, they don't really have a problem with you. But duty calls. So it's my duty to find out how you are going to handle your position and wish you well. I mean, I'm happy for you. I'm happy for the people of the Sauba area. You are my brother. When it comes to politics, you are here. I want to take your seat. You want to take mine. But I wish you well. And I have to congratulate you for where you have gotten yourselves up to. And I wish you really, really well from the bottom of my heart. But Honorable, you are going to operate in the transport ministry that encompasses all these railway, airports, the roads, the transport area, these buses, all these things. Our people want to ensure that they can travel in safety and in dignity. You have all these transport unions who you are going to manage. You have all these airport people you are going to manage. I want to find out from you how you will be able to put up all these groups of people together to ensure that 4 years down the line, we do not hear issues regarding your ministry when it comes to the issue of transport in this nation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our transport unions in the country, like I said, they've done a lot to help us move, to help us transport our goods. They are the only major players when it comes to the areas of transport. Engagement with respect and openness to them. I would, if approved by this committee, try to establish the relationship between the unions and the ministry, such that we will engage even before any issues of disturbances will arise. So when given the nod, I will continue with the engagement with the unions to ensure that I will help them to solve some of the problems that are affecting them, such that any time we will also have to engage them in the reduction of fares or in the fixing of fares, they will listen to us and act to help Mother Ghana run. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, the world is changing. In a country like Germany, especially Europe, the United States, China, a lot of countries, they are giving themselves between 2030 and 2035 not to have diesel-run engines on their roads. Especially in Ghana, the previous government wanted to put a policy of running public transport with electric. I want to find out from you, looking into the people of Ghana, which will have drastically reduced transport fares, whether you will continue with that policy when you are giving the nod by Parliament and, of course, sworn in by the President.
No. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I heard the question very well, it's indicating that the past government already ordered some electronic vehicles. If so, we will put them into use, assess them and see whether they are suitable for our conditions. And if they fit our conditions, why not? We will continue to enroll them onto our transport sector. Thank you, Chairman.
So, Mr. Chairman, once again, I want to wish you well. I'm sure that this committee will find favor in you. I want to really wish you well, and also hope that you make sure that oh, as I said before, he's my brother. But once I am here, he's there. So politically, we are directly opposite. But when we get home, we'll go to the same house. So when we get home, we'll fight in the house. But I wish you really, really well. God bless you.
Thank you, Chairman. It will be a positive fight.
Thank you. I recognize Achikwu.
Okay, my friend. Congrats. Congratulations.
Thank you, leader.
Just one or two questions. I'm concerned about vehicular traffic. And if you scan around the world, city authorities are taking measures to control vehicular traffic and movement of public transport. You can bring London and other cities in wake, where the movement of private vehicles to city centers attract some extra taxation or some payment of some funds, you know. Traffic congestion is a problem and a challenge in our transport sector. It impacts on economic activity, movement of goods, people here and there. It's a challenge. Have you reverted your mind about it? And going into this very important ministry, what kind of solutions do you have to address this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you look at our transport sector, it is only the road transport that is being patronized the most. Sometimes the air transport, leaving the rail and then the sea transport. If I'm approved by this committee, we will engage the private sector to also venture into the sea transport, the rail transport, such that we can ease our roads, or maybe we'll have alternative means of travel to get our roads decongested. So, Chairman, if I'm approved, these are some of the things we are going to be doing to ensure that we have an effective and efficient transport system in our country. Thank you.
Honorable, this is the last one, the very last. What is your appreciation of the Buankra Inland Project? I'm sure you have had some briefing on it. If you are not, well, you are the technical person. If you are not comfortable to speak to it, fine. But if you are, what kind of facts can you share? And going to the ministry, what assurance can you give to Ghanaians that indeed is something you are going to follow through to see to its completion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Buankra Inland Port, as present, is about 75% complete, meaning that it is still having some works to be done. But the operational challenges are that we do not have any railway lines to the Buankra port. And so we still rely on cargo trucks by road. When I'm given the approval by you, the next thing to do is to engage the private sector, so that we can get them to invest in the railway to Buankra to Kumasi, so that they can cut board cargo and passengers to the Buankra port and from Buankra port up to Kumasi. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I proceed to recognize Honorable Minority Leader.
Honorable nominee, first, you're welcome to our hearing one more time.
Thank you, Leader. Chairman.
So, were you aware of this portfolio prior to your being nominated?
No, Chairman.
Have you received briefings on this portfolio after your nomination?
Yes, Chairman.
Which agencies are you going to have under your ministry?
Mr. Chairman, I will have the air sector, the road sector, the rail sector, and the marine sector. Thank you, Chairman.
Honorable nominee, I wish you well. You will hear from the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. My brother, Buipe, Kaula.
Alafi, Chairman.
Aman Alafi.
Chairman, Mala Alafi.
Congratulations. Let me proceed to recognize and acknowledge our revered guests. First on my list is Peace Mahama, spouse of the nominee. Ucha Bobo Mataboan. Adolf Ali John. H.E. Moses Bukari. Mobingbana. Mabingban. No. I am pronouncing what is here. Mabingban.
It is not going to happen. They need to, all of you should support. No, I'm saying.
George B. Wumbe, Constituency Chairman. Bosoji Wise, Constituency Secretary. Omega Timothy, Constituency Organizer. Salamatu Luko, Constituency Women Organizer. Nantin Muyo and Ruran M. Kofi. You are most welcome. We have director from the Ministry of Transport. And we have the transport operators, GPRTU, GRTCC. We have directors from agencies of the Ministry of Transport. We have the Northern Youth Organizer, Mumuni. We have Amuzu Joseph, former Vice Chairman, NDC Northern Region. We have Nuru Abdullah, Special Aid to the MP. We have Peter Adam Bukai, a friend to the nominee. Our revered guests, you are welcome. Honorable nominee, you hear from the committee, and we thank you for attending upon the committee and to answer questions. Surely you hear from us. You are hereby discharged.
Thank you, Chairman and the committee.
No, they've not invited anybody, so.
so that we can have the ministers how long we take to vet individual nominees. So please, I'm pleading with you, because what we have done today, we have seriously damaged our reputation as a parliament. We have seriously damaged our reputation as a parliament. It will take us a lot of effort to redeem ourselves. But I know that Ghanaians can forgive and will forgive us. But going forward, let us be decent when we are doing the vetting. It is not right to spend 3 hours, 4 hours questioning a nominee. It is not right. It provokes a lot of people. I'm not saying we shouldn't ask nominee questions, but let's be moderate in our approach. I can understand the passions and the anger informing the decision to continue, even though today you have done so well. Indeed, today you had scheduled to vet 3 people. You agreed among yourselves and then made it 4. Then you agreed among yourselves and you extended it to 6. Unfortunately, the developments now makes it difficult to continue and implement the agreement. So I'm pleading with you, bear with us and you are ending proceedings. So I'm pleading with you, continue. Bear with us. We are ending proceedings and tomorrow we will continue. What if they come to go and they do the same thing? Will you stop? Oh, please, you know where the instructions are coming from. I beg you. Please sit down. So please, because the machines can no longer function, they've been destroyed. We'll look into that matter, and so we are adjourning to tomorrow at what time? 10 o'clock? We are adjourning to tomorrow at 10 o'clock. At 9 o'clock. So we are adjourning to 9 o'clock tomorrow morning at the Speaker's Conference Room. And we are cautioning the nominees. We are cautioning the nominees. The Speaker's Conference Room is small. There isn't enough space in the Speaker's Conference Room. So please, nominees, don't bring people, because there's no space in the Speaker's Conference Room to accommodate the numbers that this conference room can accommodate. So thank you very much. Let's that's the majority leader. Try and speak to the